over $30 million, which is, by the current exchange rate, almost 4 billion Kenya shillings. And then we say it's not there. Like, at least let's have a version B of that company that lives to tell the tale for another day. And then let me just comment on this last bit on valuation, because it was asked by the gentleman, Benson Wangombe. I think, for me, valuation at times does not matter. It matters and it doesn't matter, right? What really matters, Ken Njoroge has made this public, so I can speak about it. Ken Njoroge says that when he started the company, there were 2 founders, and they control 100%. If you go and check how much he owns today, it's less than 10% of that company. But that company, when he started it, the valuation was 0. Today, that company, if you value it, the valuation is at least $100 million. At least $100 million. So if you ask me, is it a good play to have, 10% of 100 million or 100% of 0%? Yeah. So I just thought just to throw in that bit.
One last one, just to close on the question of how do you hedge against the failure rate as an innovator. Look for strong incubators and accelerators, because the job of an incubator or accelerator is to give you the benefit of the experience that you don't have. A lot of life is about pattern recognition. So there are things that you can only get by experience. Know-how, social capital, because again, the funding doesn't just happen to strangers. You kind of need to get sometimes the right introductions and things like that. So the incubators, the accelerators are a great part of that. And for those universities that are building these things, please don't build and then equip them with faculty that have never been in the startup world, because they'll end up just being a program like this, that does not deliver. So we also have over 100 incubators, accelerators in Kenya. Most of them operating just as private sector. And my encouragement would be, identify the ones that are near you. Tell them we have this space where you won't have to pay rent, but what we want in exchange for the rent is make sure you don't just serve your portfolio, serve our scientists too, serve our students, serve our faculty. And that win-win would be amazing in terms of helping you to leapfrog.
So thank you very much. I think our time is up. I know we have more questions, but these gentlemen are here the whole afternoon. You can talk to them. Please remember what they have said. They've said that you have to have a need. You have to have a need in terms of what you want to do, even as you come to them. And they'll have to look at the worthiness of that particular need, especially the ability to transform. Is your business able to transform? If they can see transformation at the end, then they will be able to fund, or the business will likely be funded. I said all of us would want to start similar businesses, but remember that was a trigger question. And they said it is not for everyone, but it really must be a passion that is coming from you. It must come from you, and then of course you test it. Thirdly, they've talked about use the right model. You need to adopt the right model for your business to succeed. Otherwise, there are models out there that have never worked. And fourth, they also talked about the importance of the value chain. What are you really adding out there? What is your business in terms of value chain? What is it is adding? So that and really, again, you need to understand. And for researchers, we are being challenged that let's do research that has something useful to the community. It doesn't add, and I think this was said earlier by the other group. Let's not have research that just add up in the library. I think Dr. you also mentioned the same. A lot of our theses are just there in the library, and you ask the students, why were you doing this thesis? They have no use. And really, it doesn't. You have wasted your time. You have wasted money. Even your energy. So let's encourage students to do research that really has value. And lastly, they've talked about commercialization. Every idea that you have, ask yourself, can it sell? If it cannot sell, think about otherwise. Not really as a business. It can be something else. It can also be for yourself. But we're in the business of selling things, goods and services. Remember, customers don't buy goods, they buy what? They buy benefits. So thank you very much. I think let's clap again for them as we go for lunch, as I invite our ideas. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. So very quickly, just to announce the venue for lunch today. So today we will be taking lunch from the hotel side. So you walk down the stairs, you move towards the right from this side of the stairs. If you are exiting through this side of the stairs, you take a right turn as well, and you move into the other reception point where you can access the hotel. So we will also be having ushers stationed outside there, so they can guide you with the reception, with the venue for our lunches, so that we all don't get lost. So it's exactly a few minutes before 2, because the venue for lunch today is bigger and we have multiple serving points. I will encourage us to convene at exactly 2:40 to be fair enough, so we knock it off. And I also want to highlight that we have a networking cocktail later today in the evening for you. So someone mentioned that we can do business. Please ensure you lock the deals before the cocktail session because lots of fun is coming around. Then I also want to have you note that we are collecting your feedback. So kindly, if we can have the QR code for the feedback projected here, so we can all scan it and also dial the link for us to receive your feedback. So besides that, also remember that voting is ongoing. Server bado hatujafunga. Kwa hivyo, let's vote for the entrepreneurial VC of the year. We will be voting for the best pitch in the afternoon after the innovators have pitched. And we will have an award for the first registered delegate to the CEIL Summit. So let's all convene. If you don't know who was the first delegate to register, it could be you. Please, see you in the afternoon and bon appetit.
Hey guys, today I'm going to show you how to reduce the ping of online games and ping of everything and increase your speed double. Okay, so you have to right click on Windows.
My innovation here is on four armworm tolerant maize varieties. As we know that this country maize is food, no food,
So very quickly, let's take our positions. Tukae chini ndio tuweze kuendelea na afternoon session. Tumalize on a high gear. So kwa wale wanaongea tafadhali, muulize mwenzako, ni nini kikusikitishacho? Ni nini kikusikitishacho? Ni nini kikusikitishacho? So let's wind up for those who are doing quick bilaterals. Tafadhali tumalizie. In the next 20 seconds, we get started. I'm also requesting the pitching team to join us at this section right here. Ndio tuweze kufanya our pitches with lots of ease. So for our friends that are still outside, kindly let's come in. I can see enough traffic at the foyer area. So tafadhali tuingie ndani ndio tuweze kuendelea. Thank you for your attention. All right, 10 seconds for the colleagues who are still outside. So we get started. Tafadhali tuingie ndani na tusettle. Tafadhali tuingie ndani na tukae chini.
Some opportunity where we've been able to network, we've been able to gain critical and important partnerships, which will see us through the next phase of our development.
So waiting for the last people to walk in. Tafadhali, let's walk in. We get started with the afternoon session. And as you walk in, the pass to the room is asking your friend to say, ni nini kikusikitishacho? Ni nini kikusikitishacho? Let's do it all at once. Hey, 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 hey. Wacha tujaribu tena baadaye. Pengine tutakula ndimi zetu ziishe. So thank you so much for joining us. As promised, we have a pitch fest for you. So the guys with the money bags, let's be alert. Our teams from Victoria Ventures, Will Grow Africa. I know all of us can be angel investors as well. So let's pay keen attention to the pitches. And at this moment, I will welcome Ms. Stella Mohoro, who is the Chief Manager, Corporate Research, Policy and Strategy at Konza Technopolis, to moderate the pitches for us. We expect to have 8 researchers from the Research to Commercialization, which is R2C program, pitch. And I also want to notify you that we'll be voting for the best pitch. So to the pitching team, tujitahidi ipasavyo. Then we are also voting for the Entrepreneurial Vice Chancellor of the Year. And at the same time, we will be awarding the first delegate to register for the CEIL Summit 2023. And as you can see from the screens, we also have a QR code where we are seeking to get your feedback about the CEIL Summit, and also a link in case you are unable to scan the QR code. So tafadhali, let's submit the feedback so we improve where we need to improve, and we clap for ourselves where we truthfully deserve to clap for ourselves. So tafadhali Stella, karibu sana.
Hamjambo. Nimeona walimu wengi sana na I'm revenging now I'm mwalimu. Hamjambo. Usiposalimika 10 marks inaenda. Kwa continuous assignment, hata ule alinipatia C yake na vile nilikuwa nimesoma na kuona tu. So my name is Stella Muhoro from Konza Technopolis. We are implementing the future of Kenya. We are carrying the hopes and aspirations of our country, a role we take very seriously, working with other great institutions that our great country found necessary to start, like Kenya. A new kid on the block. Konza is also not a very old institution. A Vision 2030 flagship project under the economic pillar. Na kwa sababu tuliambiwa hapa ndio PhD per square meter ni mingi. I think the only other place I've been like this ni Kemri. Kemri ukienda you're extremely intimidated. Can we recite what the vision says? The Vision 2030. I'm a scientist, sasa. A newly industrializing? A newly industrializing? Yeah, let me try.
I'm doing guesswork. Okay, boy. The first part you said right. Newly industrialized, middle-income country offering a high quality of life to our citizens.
Excellent. Please let's clap for him. And you give him an honorary something. I don't know, honorary something. It's really good that as a country we've been able to unify along one vision, the Vision 2030, which all of us here are working to contribute to meet in our various areas. Now, today we have a very important part of our country, a section of Kenyans who are going to take us to the promised land, because things have changed, like we've been told by the speakers who are here today. And at Konza, this is really close to our heart, because we say we are seeking an alternative, complementary path to economic development. And you cannot do this without the innovator community, without the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So today, or rather right now, my role is very kidogo, which is to call Mr. Stephen Gugu to come and tell us about this program, to tell us why he hasn't said a lot about this program, why he's keeping this program a secret, and what we can do to make it grow stronger and reap the benefits that this program has the potential for. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. I don't know that I should just use Yeah, let me just use this. Who doesn't know about the R2C program? Anyone who has not heard about this program before? Maybe just put up their hand, because I've been wrongly accused.
We're in the business of commercializing Africa's farms using technology.
Gameli is part of the program. Anyway, we're going to keep this very short and quick, because the afternoon is for the innovators. They've done some really good work to prepare. If you remember last year, at a time like this, we had part of the innovators here pitching, right? So my hope is, based on the pitches you'll see, and I remember last year there's one person who said the quality of pitches needs to be improved. So I'm really hoping that you'll see the improvement that has happened. And when you speak to the innovators, most importantly, you'll see the hard work that they've been doing, because the pitch is just a short amount of time, but you'll see the work that has been done. So my work is just to speak a bit about the R2C program. And I don't, maybe we can move on to the next slide. I don't think I have the clicker. Oh, thank you. So the R2C program is a program by Kenya National Innovation Agency, together with Victoria Ventures, who are the implementing partners for the program. And we've had a very successful partnership, I should say. We've worked together really well, and we're happy about where we've gotten to. The program is funded by RISA, and I think yesterday we had a delegation from the RISA team here, and that's a program under the FCDO. And we've also expanded the program into Ethiopia. We have our colleagues from Ethiopia, Adane and Desalin, And then we also have Pfizer, who's going to be pitching in a second. So we're very proud about the work that we've done with Jima University in terms of extending the same program. So the whole idea about the R2C program was really to move a step closer. We've been discussing things at the policy level, discussing things at the national level, but how can we work with direct innovators on the ground? We're trying to solve this real problem and actually prove that the things that we've been talking about, there's evidence of them on the ground, right? And there's people who are trying to solve those real problems. That is why the program is there. It's to show that there's something happening on the ground, and then to support those innovators to be able to take these ideas, these innovations out there to the market. And you'll get to hear about them in a second. How we've then done this, there is the first element, which is the accelerators program, which works directly with innovators. And very happy with the work that has been done there. But because we can't only work with 20 innovators, sorry, 30 to be precise now, 30 innovators, because we also have Ethiopia. That will not be impact enough. We've gone ahead and worked with TOTs, trainers of trainers. And there's a number of them in this room. And I'll just request, if you're part of the TOT program, if you could kindly just put your hand up for people to see. Yeah? And you can see them there. Clap for them. So these are champions in the different institutions we are all from, and their work is to do something similar, to run other R2C programs in their institutions, in whichever form, so that they can be able to support more innovators, right? And so that's the train of trainers, so a cascaded training program. And just moving on, so how we've done the accelerator training, we have the accelerator training over there. We have the TOT training that I just mentioned. We've been having webinars on a monthly basis. If today you go to our YouTube page, victoria.co.ke, if you go to the Kenya social channels and our channels, Twitter and LinkedIn, you'll find videos talking about different topics. How to raise money, how to overcome some of the structural challenges within the institution, how to market your innovation, etc. There's a lot of information that is there for the ecosystem to be able to consume. So we've had 12 webinars, and there's the last one that is coming, the 13th webinar, which is going to be sometime in December. So please follow us on our social media channels to see all the work that has gone around that. So about the cohorts that we've had 11 innovators in the agricultural space, 3 in waste management and clean energy, 6 innovators in the health space, yeah. 1 innovator in leather production, and I think you'll get to hear from them in a second. 2 innovators in water and sanitation, and of course 3 innovators in food and nutrition. If you want to learn more about these innovators, if you go to the Kenya website, there's a tab on R2C. If you click on that, you'll find summaries of all the innovators if you want to engage with them some more, and you're going to hear pitches from them. And just moving on, the institutions which have been represented in these R2C. We've made sure deliberately that we don't concentrate on one institution. So these are all the different institutions that have been represented locally, and of course Jima University from Ethiopia. And I'm sure you'll see a number of the institutions here. Of course, our hope is to be able to extend this program and to cover even more institutions to show that within the different institutions in our country, there's lots of innovation that's happening. Okay, the TOTs have been from these other institutions, and I had someone saying where our technical training institutes are. We've been very deliberate to make sure that we also have technical training institutes. So in all these institutions, you'll find someone who's a champion for R2C, who's looking to support innovators to be able to take their innovations forward. And we are still working with them in the different institutions to support them when they want to run some of these programs. The key output metrics so far, and remember that, Dr. Mwansa says this very well, that this journey is not a one-year journey. This journey needs to be at least a 3-year, 5-year journey to prove some of the things that we're doing. But so far, from a coaching perspective, of 150 hours of coaching done for the innovators, 288 hours of training that have been done. 30% of our innovators are women, so we're very happy about that. 13 million Kenya shillings has been raised by the different innovators. A hand for that. It's early days, but okay, I think I'm being told that I need to finish my session. It's early days, I'm just about to finish, but it's important to celebrate some of these things. We've had 12 webinars, and of course we've had over 400 people participate in the different webinars that we've run across the year, and more have watched those videos subsequently. So very happy about that, and I think I should be done. Yes, oh sorry, I'm not done. It's my slides which are not moving. Someone has taken control of the slides and they want me to leave. So what are the next steps? What we see as the areas to take this program is, first of all, to create an e-learning platform. We believe that this program we should have this content available for as many people as possible, where there's content online, but then there's the coaching, some of the other stuff which is being done face-to-face. We'd like to support this program so that, to expand the program so that it covers more institutions. As you've seen, quite a number of institutions have already been covered. And at the end of the year, we're going to be launching a report that will be talking about some of the successes, some of the lessons that we've learned. And you can take those lessons and try to apply them if you want to run a similar program within your institution. Now, what do our innovators want? Because I think it's important. I always like talking about our innovators. What they've told us they want is they need funding. Yeah. So you'll hear from them, they need funding. If you know someone who can write a check, please talk to them. But most importantly, if you can write a check, if you want to be an angel, today is your day to decide if you want to become an angel investor. You can write a check. They're looking for funding. If you're a leader in the university, the challenges we've been discussing now are real. There's innovators who are trying to create a spin-off or a separate company which has to negotiate with the institution. We request you to support them in that quest to accelerate the process so that they're able to engage with investors on the other side, right? So they're looking for finalization of their IP negotiation processes. And then, of course, market access and linkages. If you know someone who can support any of these innovators, let's support them. This is just a small group of the innovators who are doing big things within our institutions. Thank you very much. Allow me to invite my colleague, Maureen Ochako, who's also the program manager for the R2C program, to take us through the pitches. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. Without further ado, I would like to invite our innovators to the pitching competition. There will be an award later on today for the best pitch, and you are the ones who will decide who's the best pitch, who's the best innovator in terms of the pitching. So how we'll do the pitching competition, we'll allow them 4 minutes to pitch. This slide right next to me will show you the pitch decks, and the slide next to that will have the minutes. So each innovator will be allowed 4 minutes to pitch. Please listen in, and then after the 4 minutes, we'll only allow for one question, one critical question, and then the innovator will respond. After that, we go on to the next, and the next, and the next. And at the end of the pitching competition, we will then have a vote, and you will be allowed to vote at that session. So thank you very much. Congratulations. Oh, there are 30 innovators, so we are feeling like these are the best innovators that we have. We hope they'll make us proud. So all the best to them. And I'll now invite Peter Kibet from Calro.
Hello. Thank you. We just came from a very sumptuous lunch. I think we're all so full, so I'll try to be very brief. We're going to begin with 4 minutes to tell a very interesting story, but mine is not interesting. Today, as we speak about 30% of our maize that is in the market is contaminated with aflatoxins. I'll take you back to 2010. About 2.3 million bags of maize were banned by the government. They were declared unfit for human consumption. Remember, we still have the danger of food insecurity in this country. Aflatoxin is a big problem in this country. And someone may want to ask, what is aflatoxin? Aflatoxin is basically a poison. It is a carcinogen that is present in our food systems, and it is formed by a fungus that is present mainly in the soil. So this fungus basically enters your crop tissues as you farm your maize or your groundnuts, then harvest and dry them. The fungus then produces the toxins which enter your tissues. And when you consume these toxins, it enters to your liver, and possibly it has caused a problem like stunting in children. If you go right now to Makueni, you'll find very short children. You wonder what's wrong with these babies. We came up with a solution as Calro and a number of partners. We came up with a product called Aflasafe. Aflasafe is basically a good fungus, same family as the toxigenic fungus, but this one doesn't produce the toxins. So this fungus, we introduce it to your farm 2 to 3 weeks before your crop flowers, okay? So if you see the orange spots there, those are the toxigenic spores. The green ones there on the right are now the good spores which do not form the toxins. Our clientele is very diverse. Everyone here, the 200 of you, you are our clientele. And you'll tell me how we can work together. Our market is so big across Kenya. We have about 6.6 million US dollar market that we wish to service with you. And we've had a lot of traction for the last 4 years, but you can see we are not moving up. The trajectory is very flat. We've impacted about 1 million households up to date, and we wish to do more than this. We wish to do about 2.3 million households every year, so that we have about 350,000 metric tons of safe food for each and every one of us. Our team, this is our team, and I'll just highlight on the impact that R2C has had on us as a team. We are working to refine the product. This is a very important part of us because right now it costs about 800 shillings to the farmer, which is very, very cost effective. You can imagine your maize, your groundnuts that we love so much being safe at that point. We're also looking at market expansion because we need everyone to hear and understand about Aflasafe. We're also ready for investors right now. We are looking for investors and seed grants. We're also looking for grants, and also key is partnerships. We need the government to work with us on this journey. They have subsidized fertilizers. They can also subsidize this product as well. I've made very closely. There's on product development and also awareness, creation, and marketing. And lastly, I want to tell a personal story. I lost my father last month due to liver cancer. It's barely a month since we buried him. And I know the pain that each family, we spend a whooping 13.5 million trying to treat him for 2 months. If we're all here and about just 30% of those cases are because of liver, we can make an impact. If you eat food, you can make an impact. So tell a friend about us. We are ready. My contacts are here. And we are looking to work with you. Thank you so much.
A big round of, let's clap him. So thank you very much, Peter. Maybe I'll open the floor for one question.
Maybe I didn't quite catch it. What really hit home for me was the impact you've had. And you said you've been able to reach 1 million households. I'm curious whether how good you can be able to show data for that. And then the second part is the revenues so far. Like, how have you been doing on revenues?
Thank you. For the data, yes, we've actually been doing a number of monitoring and evaluations. We also evaluate through our partners. We're working with the private sector to try and distribute, but the network we have currently is not sufficient. So from our evaluations, because we also give to the government a bit, so the government goes ahead and they usually we get reports. And when farmers are issued, we get reports as well. We're working with breweries as well, who, breweries, when they issue the farmers, they're able to track to the farm level and ensure it is used, and we get those kind of feedback. So largely, less than 5% actually from our evaluation has gone to waste. And actually, when we usually distribute, then we get some are not used, we take it back, we evaluate again, then we do our own quality control assessment, then we can give it back to the government for their own use as well. The second question was on the revenue. Sorry, I didn't put a slide on revenue, but we've had revenue, but we are not profitable yet. So right now we've been getting a lot of support from CALRO as well, our parent organization, especially in terms of supporting the project to try and be stable, especially, they pay salaries and also some of the utility bills.
One last one, if I can. Unit economics, do you have that?
Sorry?
The unit economics. What's your cost of goods sold? What's your margin? What's your markup?
So our unit cost of production right now is about 78 to 84 shillings per kilogram to manufacture. We sell at around 108, but it's likely to go up slightly because of the current challenges we have, but that is there. Then to the market we sell at around 201, which we share with the private sector, our distributors.
Thank you very much, Peter. I wish you all the best. And our next innovator is Dr. Edwin Kimitei from Harvest Care.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Edwin Kimitei from Moi University. And when you try to see the left side of the screen and the right-hand side, what do you see? We see the yummy mango, and that is actually the dream of every single one of us wherever we go to the market. And this one is also the dream of every single farmer. So, what actually motivated us to ensure that we enhance that particular product to remain the way it is, we came up with this particular product known as Harvest Care. So, do you know that more than 1 million metric tons of mangoes normally go to waste every single year, which is actually valued at the price of 11 billion Kenyan shillings. So that's why we decided to come up with this particular product. And nonetheless, this particular product plays a critical role in the sense that it extends the shelf life of fruits for more than 3 weeks. So as you can see, that it also addresses the element of food security, and since it provides food security, it also promotes eco-friendly environment, which is actually estimated at 8%. So what is actually our unique value proposition for this particular product? It is cost efficient in the sense that we use local materials. It enhances the aesthetic value of the product. It actually doesn't have any health concern. It doesn't require any electricity, and it is eco-friendly. The target market size is estimated at 147 million metric tons. Our competitors, which actually there are many players in the market, which actually we have appeal. We have refrigeration companies and chemical companies. And nonetheless, we have an added advantage on the sense of that we have local materials that are available. We have a small institutional lab, and we have land for raw materials. Okay, in terms of scalability, our market segment targets farmers, cooperative societies, agents, wholesalers, and retailers. The other applications of this particular product is cut flowers, tomatoes, pawpaws, oranges, apples, and avocados. Then, our traction is actually, we started in January 2022 with product development. We extended to the prototype. We went for further toxicity test. We did IP registration. Then we did commercialization training, and right now we are commercializing our product. So what is our revenue stream? Our revenue stream will be coming from the direct sales. Our unit cost of 1 liter is 100 Kenyan shillings, and we are projecting to sell it at Kenyan shillings 200, and we are actually having a profit of 17.2 million within a span of 3 years, with annual market growth of 12%. What are we asking? We are actually asking for joint venture, a licensing, and also the seed funding of 31 million. That is actually our competent team. And what is our impact? Our impact is actually anchored on our slogan of Zero Waste Living, which is actually Zero Hunger, climate action, actually actually enhancing health bioproduct, and getting a lot of employment in order to improve economic growth. So I come before you guys to request that it's possible we come up together to actualize this particular innovation to enhance the living standard of our farmers and also the entire supply chain. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any question? One question?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Wangila Fanis from University of Kabianga. I'm only looking at the shelf life of your product. I didn't hear anything about it as well, with the changing species on the plants that are coming in. I don't know whether you're factored in that tomorrow your product may be working against some of those formulations in your fruit.
Okay, thank you very much, Fanis. To answer your question is that actually that is what we did, because we subjected our products to our laboratory experts, especially from our department at the university. And actually we factored in the issue of the future implication of the same product, because we were actually looking at the aspect of sustainability in the future.
Thank you very much. My question is, at this level, I know you are doing market testing. As you try to, based on it, you have been able to estimate the market size. But how then do you proceed without indicating the nutritional content, which is a standard procedure for any product that is supposed to be consumed in the market? Have you done the standardization?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Actually, we've done a rigorous test on this particular product. We've even gone, we've carried out the market survey with farmers, and we've seen the effectiveness of this particular product, and we've gone an extra mile of carrying out the test with relevant regulatory bodies, and the results that prevail were actually good, and that's why we proceeded up to this level.
Right, thank you. ask briefly a question on compliance with sanitary standards, especially for export markets. You acknowledge that different markets have different compliance standards, especially for export. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe to respond on your question, that's why we had to go an extra mile of involving KEBS to give us their feedback. And actually the feedback that we got is actually good. And that's why we are at this particular stage whereby we are actually employing and looking for potential partners in order to commercialize this particular product.
Thank you. Let's give him one round of... All right. Thank you very much. I think for the next presenter, we have Dr. Anne Karanja. As she comes up, I'll also just ensure that the slides are working. Dr. Anne Karanja, let's have Dr. Anne Karanja's slides. And the clicker is working. All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Ankaro Karanja. I'm the founder EcoHub Solutions, a company that is in the waste management and the circular economy sector. Today I'm going to talk to you about two of our products. And the problem we are trying to solve arises from the fact that Kenya and many developing countries do not have adequate sewerage and waste management systems. Therefore, wastewater and sewage is managed using septic tanks and pit latrines, which require regular emptying by hiring exhauster services, which cost up to 20,000 Kenya shillings, which is too expensive for many people. Therefore, some people choose to drain their wastewater into rivers and streams, causing water scarcity and waterborne diseases. On the other hand, a lot of organic solid waste is produced daily in Kenya, and converting this waste into fertilizer takes a long time, up to 3 months. Therefore, most of it is left to accumulate in the environment, causing littering, or it is burnt, contributing to climate change, while our smallholder farmers continue to rely on expensive synthetic fertilizers. So we are offering a solution by making two organic products made from microorganisms and their enzymes. The first one are biodigesters, which are added into septic tanks and pit latrines, and they act by compressing the waste, therefore eliminating the need for hiring exhauster services and draining the waste into the environment. The other product are biocatalysts. They are applied on the solid organic waste. They rapidly convert it into high quality and enriched biofertilizer for crop farming. The value we get from using this product is that we eliminate water pollution. Therefore, we have availability of clean water for domestic use and industrial use, among other uses, and we eliminate incidences or reduce incidences of waterborne diseases. We also eliminate the overdependence of our smallholder farmers on the expensive chemical fertilizers. We are also able to mitigate climate change by avoiding the burning of waste and the use of the synthetic fertilizers. So our products are affordable, they are fast-acting, and they are eco-friendly. Our main target market are the waste handlers, especially the urban commercial residential apartments, schools, and universities, which generate a lot of sewage output. We will make money by selling these products throughout Kenya and other developing countries, and we also intend to later scale and set up waste-to-energy facilities to be able to supply green energy, especially to schools and their surrounding communities. With only 1% of our target market in only 10 counties in Kenya, we can be making up to $700,000 per year. So we have made progress. So we have been able to so far legally incorporate the company, and we have applied for IP, and we have been undergoing business development skills. And we are now seeking for funding, 10 million Kenya shillings, to be able to put up a production facility and support business operations. Our team is strong with both business and technical and management skills. These are our partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One question. Any question? There's a question right there.
Hello, thank you for your wonderful presentation. I wanted to ask on the issue of the waste management. Is your product maybe handling the issue of chemical emerging concern? That is a very rising global issue right now. So if maybe there is a way that is handling that issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. Yes, the products are purely organic. We make them from microbial cells and their enzymes, or rather enzymes from microorganisms. So we are trying to address the issue because of most of the similar products in the market are made from synthetic chemicals. So we want to ensure that we are not contaminating our environment with synthetic chemicals because of the issues that arise from that. So yes, we are addressing that because our products are purely organic.
Thank you. I just want to get a better understanding of your market. Who is the exact customer? Like if you have done market segmentation and your channels to market.
Okay, thank you. Our exact customer are people who are managing waste, both liquid waste, that is wastewater and sewage, and solid organic waste. Say like in the urban residential buildings, we are very familiar with the state that most of those facilities are not connected to the sewerage systems, so they have a septic tank, and of course the output, because of the large occupancy size, there is a lot of, the rate of producing the waste is very high, so the people who are in charge of managing those septics, and also schools and the like, and families.
It's a very fragmented market. So you must have a strategy, because if you're trying to target each individual household, like how will you effectively market to them? Otherwise, your customer acquisition cost would end up being extremely high. So how exactly are you targeting this household?
Okay, we want to start by targeting the most urbanized counties in Kenya, Nairobi, Kiambu counties. Yes, so we start with the most urbanized counties in Kenya, and then gradually move to reach even the rural areas where they use the septic, the pit latrines.
All right, let's give Dr. Ann Carroll one clap. Thank you. You are all listening, I can see. Thank you very much. And the next one is Professor Paul Kimurto. As he comes up, Professor Paul Kimurto, let's have his slides up. I need to test. All right. So, welcome.
This one. Going forward is that one. Okay. So go back. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Paul Kimurso from Egerton University. I am in the agriculture space for developing and improving the actual grain we eat and the fruits that we eat in the crop improvement, all the way from the seed to the genetic resources that we have. We have seen that the sector, in terms of the crops, have been wiped out. The genetics have been wiped out by the climate change. So we really must continue adopting to adapt by generating new varieties that are resilient to the climate change. So our innovation was based on a research on groundnuts, because groundnuts is a major source of proteins for livestock, and also oil, and also for direct consumption. So we focused on research all the way to commercialization, and we looked at product profiles that are required in the market, which is color, and then yield, and also dense in terms of oil, and also in terms of protein. So we currently are looking for, we have completed the process, we've patented the varieties, and we are looking for a fund to license, and also license an agro-soy seed company that we have actually established. These are our products. There are two of them. One is called Dofu, another one is called Mwangasa, based on the color of the market. The reason why we improved them was because what is in the market is very small. What you see roasted in the market is very small. And they also don't have vitamin E, which is one of the factors that control aflatoxin. Our colleague have talked about aflatoxin, but in the breeding process, when you enhance vitamin E, it repels growth of aflatoxin on the grain. So we enhanced that, and we also increased the quantities of oil. This work started quite some time, but we focused on commercialization bit and patenting the product from 2017. Right now, we are doing market acceptance. And one of the areas where there is very high need is Turkana County, where there is a lot of refugees who actually have a lot of nutrition, and there is a company that is called Insta Foods that imports 6 million kilos annually, and they are interested in getting the product to that community. So we have 3 areas we've actually looked at. We've looked at the farmers, we've looked at the value addition, the roasting, and the butternut and the oil. We also have in the value chain the feed processors. They are looking for the cake, which is really one of the products that is missing in the livestock feeds in the country. So we have already mapped that. We know that a kilo will give you almost 400 mils of oil, and that gives reasonable amount of money when you extract the oil. There is therefore the other component of biodiesel, the future in terms of mechanization. We've done and tested the combustibility of the oil from the product, and it's quite good for the engineering mechanization. So the revenue model is divided. We are looking at the highest component being contracted farmers for the grain and also for seed. Around 15% will go to the oil and cake, and the feed processors will also be in that space, together with the peanut butter, which is also one of the biggest requirements now. We have looked at some partners in this journey. We've talked to Insta Food. They have tested our product. Green Forest, they have also tested our product. And more recently, we got some small fund from Africa Harvest. So we are interested in, or we are looking for support. We are looking for support of around 20 million to go into the chain, because we are looking at 3 components of the innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions?
I'm just curious. So is there anything preventing you from being in the market right now?
We had a problem with the MOU with the university. That was something that we were working on.
Okay.
And there is also resources. We don't have the initial funding. There is what we call a regeneration seed, which is highly regulated, and we don't have resources for that.
So when
and
you
of course,
when you talk of patenting, is it patent, or is it like UPOV? Or have you done both? Because you can protect varieties through UPOV, yeah?
That is one of the other things that we needed to do.
Okay.
We protect first locally through KEFIS as an IP, and then after that now, there is need to negotiate with the university to get the license to this agro-soy, which we'll be negotiating.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, maybe not a comment to you, but to the university. So the challenge is almost always when you start the local patenting process, you have a very small window within which to do the international patenting process, and you need private capital to help you do that. So the longer the negotiations with the university take, the more you jeopardize the IP now, because then it gets a point when you only have a patent for Kenya alone, then that stops me as an investor from coming in, because I can't recoup from just Kenya.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would be good to really elevate the urgency for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much again for the new species you're bringing into the market. I'm looking at the cooking methods of these groundnuts. Sometimes they boil, sometimes they cook in sun, sometimes even microwave, or rather put in the oven. Did you factor in this, and how different is it from the previous?
Yes, there is, when we increase the seed size, we saw there is need to have more time of cooking as compared to the small one that is in the market. But the characteristics of cooking didn't change. You only need to do a slightly longer time because of the size of the grain. And when you're also cooking to extract the peanut butter, you also need to put in more energy in terms of cooking the carbohydrate and the oil content in the product. But cooking time increases because of the seed size, but nothing changes. But you can still boil it, you can still roast it, and you can still, of course, eat it directly, the way we do in the farms. It's still acceptable.
I think I'll allow those two questions. Okay, the last one. I hope it's short.
Why do you have a problem with early generations? And also I want to know, how is the stability of the vitamin you have incorporated? How is it stable from one generation to another generation?
Very good question, and a technical question I appreciate. One is that the vitamin E that we've incorporated, we are in the 5th generation. You know, we stabilize it at F6, and the product is now at F8. So we think, F7 actually, we think it has not changed from the original parents. And then so it is stable. It can only change with the different soil conditions, of course. But genetically, it is expressed with the increase in nutrition and also with better environmental conditions. You take it up in cool areas, the vitamin E accumulation reduces. So, and you know that it has Chi by E interaction effect. Yeah.
All right, thank you very, very much. One clap for him. All right, as Faiza Shamsu from Ethiopia is coming to set up, so welcome. I'm just wondering how many know F6, F7 from the previous conversation? Yeah, sure. F6, F7. That side. All right, so thank you very much. On a light note. So, Endamnachu? All right, I'm making sure that she's comfortable. She's Faiza Shamsu from Ethiopia Jimma University, so all the best. It's fast, it's working? Okay.
Any. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Faiza Shamsu. I am a material engineer and also a lecturer in Jimma University. I would like to thank the organizer to invite me for this presentation. And our enterprise name is
Let's restart the time and kindly, yeah.
So our enterprise name is Bina Female Sanitary Parts, and in 2021 I got the chance to visit the Gurage region, which is one of the Ethiopian region. So with one hold the event where my mother grands are living. So I saw the girls are facing to use the sanitary products in their environment because the products are expensive and also they are hard to obtain for them. So what were they are using? As you see in the picture, they were using the insect steam part, the steam part of the insect plant, to manage their periods because it have high fluid absorption, and also it have ability to retain fluids. So, however, these girls, even if they are using this instant part, they are not comfortable and confident using that one because when it becomes weight, it makes them hard to walk, and also it creates some skin rashes and also vaginal irritation problems for them. So due to they don't have confidence, and also they don't have comfort with this with these things, they miss classes. They miss classes and the schools. So most of the time they don't attend their school times due to in their menstruation time. So throughout our journey, our journey started how we can convert. So our journey started how we can convert this material, this insert material into a useful or suitable sanitary pad. So how many of us didn't know about the sanitary products we are using right now are made up of plastics? Typically, these sanitary pads, most of the sanitary pads what we are using are made up of plastics, the super absorbent plastics. So these plastics, as studies show that these plastics create a huge health problem. They may cause vaginal problems. In some serious cases, they may cause cancer also. As I said, they are made up of plastics. This, after usage, they are not degradable into environment, and they create a huge environmental pollution problem. And also for the low-income women and girls, they are very expensive, and also they cannot afford them. So what is unique in our product? In Ethiopia, insect plant and also banana plant are abundantly available. So we extract the fiber and we change into a fluffy material, which is a fluffy absorbent material, and we just reduce in size, and we just made the disposable parts. And also we use the upper part of the steam to make the reusable part as a waterproof material. So our value proposition include our products are affordable, comfortable, biocompatible, and 70% degradable. They reduce foreign currency for Ethiopia, and they also create job opportunity for women. So our success so far, we just characterize our products, and we made a tests, and we make a market assessment, and also we contact partners. So similar trends are seen in India as well as in Uganda, where women entrepreneurs are made sanitary pads from banana plant. So of course, our target customers are the women and the girls across the country. So our revenue streams will be the first one, the disposable sanitary pad, and also the reusable sanitary pad, as well as the second, our third revenue stream is the insect banana plant fiber. So in order to start this business, as I said, we're already producing the reusable parts, but we didn't start producing the disposable parts. So in order to start this business, we need machineries, we need a manufacturing area, and also financial support. So a total of startup costs and the cost of sales and a recurring cost, a total of 1 million birr is needed to start this business. Approximately 18,000 USD is needed to start this business. So our awards so far, we just get a Unitech competition award from Juma University, and also we are awarded Youth Business Competition organized by Ministry of Innovation, Ministry of Labor and Skills. So this is our team, me, the CEO, and my friend Hamdi Amrad, and I welcome everybody to join and help this business to make it happen. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. One question, only one question. Going once, going twice. Okay, that means they're happy with your presentation. That's what we will assume. So thank you very much. Let's give her, yes, let's appreciate her. Next we have Juliet Wafula. As we set up her slides, we need to just make sure that they're running smooth. The clicker is not working.
Maybe I can scroll down like this. This one? Okay, good afternoon. My name is Juliet Wafula from Rift Valley Technical Training Institute, talking about lentil bread. It's a bread innovated to minimize micronutrient deficiency. Sorry. Okay, from the literature, we have learned that micronutrient deficiency is a public health problem affecting about 2 billion people globally, and from Kenya and sub-Saharan Africa, about 70% of children are suffering from iron, zinc, and vitamin A deficiency. We have looked at diets consumed in Kenya, and most of them lack these micronutrients. Only 34% of children are consuming diets rich in vitamin A. I decided to innovate bread that is rich in those nutrients. Bread is consumed by almost every family in Kenya, and it lacks the nutrients. Most of the nutrients are lost during processing. And my solution is to improve the nutrient content of bread and the fiber content of the bread by substituting part of the main ingredient, wheat flour, with nyota beans, lentils, and sweet potatoes. Now, nyota beans is a bean variety developed by Calro. It was biofortified and is rich in zinc and iron. It has extra zinc and iron. Looking at mashed potatoes, sweet potatoes rich in vitamin A, lentils rich in fiber, and other bioactive compounds that are good for the gut health. Now, consumption of the product is meant to minimize those nutritional problems stated in the problem. Now, traction, I've done several developments. I began by developing the recipe. We developed the first product, and we subjected it to hedonistic evaluations. We found it acceptable, and right now we're still doing research on the bread to standardize the recipe and to make sure the bread has the health claims being stated. Now, my business model will be B2B2C model. I'll develop standard recipes, then we'll be selling to commercial bakeries. We'll do mass production, sell it through franchise systems like supermarkets. We'll do mass production of bread and sell to schools for feeding programs. Okay, we are asking for 5 million Kenyan shillings for ingredients, equipment, marketing, and labor. And we have a deficit of 4.5 million Kenyan shillings. We are also seeking support in market linkage, legal support, partnership, product development, and standardization. And this is my team. I'm the team leader. I have the quality assurance manager, research manager in charge of nutrition, product development manager, and other participants. Okay, thank you.
Oh, sure. She wants to demonstrate her product.
So this is the bread. It is soft and tasty. And I'm selling it at 100 Kenya shillings. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I will not allow questions. I think we'll just move to the next presenter because of time. So, Dr. Wycliffe Wanyonyi, thank you very much, Juliet. Let's make sure we have your slides, and unfortunately, you'll just have to tell the ICT people next.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Wycliffe Wanyonyi from University of Kabianga. Our project is Green Leather Processing Technology for Environmental Protection and Zero Waste Discharge. Next. Currently, people have high quality leather, but the production of that high quality leather has a lot of problems. One, due to the extensive use of toxic chemicals, there is a lot of environmental pollution. Next, the quantity of leather processed in Kenya is below capacity, just 10%. And for your information, if 100% of raw materials goes to the industry, only 25% comes out as leather and 75% as waste. And of recent past, over 7 tanneries have closed down due to environmental pollution, and this has caused serious loss of jobs. Next. This is the scene when you visit any tanneries in the country. This is a place you would not like your worst enemy to be because of the smell that is associated with that. Next. We have a solution, and the solution is use of enzyme and microorganisms in processing leather. When we use the enzyme, we reduce the pollution by over 80%, and we are able to recover and recycle all the byproducts. The byproducts include the hair, the fats, the wool, the scales, even the skins which cannot be processed into the leather can be recovered and recycled into things like animal feeds, biofuel, and textile products. This solution is so good that it reduces the time of processing from 72 hours to less than 8 hours. Again, you get high quality leather. I have high quality leather with me here. I have my team member here, Professor Muller. Just have a feel of that leather and don't hide it. Next. When we use the enzyme, the hair comes out naturally. And this replaces the toxic sodium sulfite currently used. Next. That is the high quality leather. Next. We are able to recover all these and make them into high quality product like animal feed down there. The chemical process these are the things that pollute the environment, but we are now able to remove it from that waste and make them value. And the value of this is even more than the value of the leather. Next. We have abundant raw materials. We also have high demand for animal feed and leather. So this is a project which we need to invest in. Next. This project has been patented, and we currently have 3 patents, 1 international and 2 local patents. And our product is the enzyme, and which we intend to sell to tanneries and animal feed manufacturers. Next. That is my team. Next. We have been processing this leather at the laboratory scale, and right now we want to get out of the laboratory. This manufacturing in the laboratory has been happening in between classes, and there has been no smell. We've been able to manufacture over 60 pieces of leather of different types. And nobody in the next room could realize that. So we are asking for funds so that we get out to the market. We are asking for $1 million so that we can pilot this project and buy the necessary equipment so that we start manufacturing. Currently, tanneries have collapsed and the farmers have nowhere to take their hide. This is the project that will transform this nation. Next. That is just a sample of the leather that is moving around. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, we have Odak. Yeah?
You're saying next.
He's sorting it out. Let's just see. The slides up. Please put up the slides.
I can just say next. I can just say next. You will continue. Hello, everybody. Oh, I think it's not ready yet. Sorry. Hello, everybody. My name is Oda Konyango. I'm the CEO of Wabo Maji Safi, born and raised in Homa Bay, Kenya. As a child, I've always wondered why my mother had to wake me very early in the morning to go and fetch water. I thought she was going to wake me up to go to school. But I know my mother. My mother always think of me having to have a great future. But then she also needs water because that's what she needs at the moment. But that's not the only thing. A lot of mothers have the same dilemma. They have to wake the children up very early in the morning, especially the girl child. And sometimes these girls, they have to drop all in school. That's why we came up with M-Safi ATM to solve this dilemma. Next. The problem, as you can see, the real problem where you see there is like there's a lot of water around Lake Victoria. But this water, I mean, the real problem is access. I think my slide is not working very well, but continue. It's access, quality, and payment. That's the real problem. What you see there, as much as we have the surface water, 1 million people in Homa Bay cannot afford clean drinking water. And 80% of the diseases are actually waterborne related. And if we go further, you get like a lot of women and children. They spend nearly 7 hours looking for that water. And I spend a lot of time. And then continue next. Oh, now the problem comes in. Continue next. Well, it's really good. Access, quality, and I've already talked about that. Go next. So actually the solution, what we have developed here, we have designed as a system where families can actually produce the water from zero to hero, from end to end. What we do here is actually we produce high quality drinking water, convenient payment method. You even use Mulika Muizi, which is actually the Nokia phone is enough, 24/7 services, and with solar services. It's decentralized, solar serviced, and actually this increases the girl child education that normally they would drop out of school. Actually, the one stone will let two birds fly. And it's not actually buying water. It's actually, what we do there is actually banking on water. So we call it Kosalo in our language there. Next. Okay, this is our product, which is like, when you look at it, actually it's locally manufactured. Actually, it's not only English, it's also in Swahili. And what you see here is actually very durable. We have our own IP. And one of the most inventions that Kenya has had is the M-Pesa integration. So we are using the M-Pesa to really produce, give people water. And in this case, you can choose up to 3 qualities of water. You can go for filtered, you can go for mineral, or you can even go for raw water, because why would you have clean water and then use it to wash a car? So and then we have also developed an app where you can follow everything online. So these are our invention from us from Homa Bay. Continue, next. Continue, next. Traction, we started in 2020, in which that's like 3 years, now we're in 2023. But in 2020, we founded the WABO, in which we developed our first prototype. And with that prototype, we did 2 pilots in Ugongo and Luanda, and in which we actually did a lot of fundraising. We got over 65,000, over 60,000 euro. And from there, we have actually sold over 1 million liters of water. And now we have developed our containerized version, in which we are ready to deploy 50 locational places. Next. Oh, our business model is a B2B2C. What we have decentralized drinking water services, in which we offer to community NGOs and even to water utilities. Next. The team. This is a very passionate and really committed team. I love this team. What I know is, like, if we get really good funding, we're able to put up our own hub in Homa Bay, and we're able to create a manufacturing and make our community resilient and adaptive. Next. The ask. Just go back to the ask. Currently, we're looking at 2024, in which we're looking to ask for nearly 90,000 US dollars. But apart from that, we're looking at cooperating with people. We're looking at partnership. We're looking at grants as well, and also we're looking at if we can also partner with the local government. And for 2024, we're looking at around 665,000 euro. But we are now also in Homa Bay and Kisumu. But what we would like even more, a co-creation. We are really willing and able to look at that. Last, okay, thank you. Just join us if you can. Thank you so much. Sorry for the slides.
All right, thank you very much. We will also not allow questions at this point, so thank you very much. I'll request the voting to be casted for the best speech. Let's kindly have the voting link. Let's have the voting link. So I would like you to appreciate that the first 4 presenters were in the first cohort. They have been in the program for about 9 months. The next presenter, Faiza, is very new to the program. She's been there for 3 months now, since we started. And the last 3 presenters are in the second cohort, who've been there for about five and a half months. So yeah, it's almost an unfair competition, but these are the people we have in the innovator. So let's have the voting. Yes. Oh yeah, right, on.
Yeah, allow me to just say a big thank you and congratulations to all of you who have presented. My general question actually goes to him, because I think when he talked about the next steps, one of them had to do with completing negotiations of IP between the innovators and the universities. And I just wanted to understand more. What are the problems? And is there a way that this, my CEO, could help to unlock the problems? Because that is why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I'm wondering whether I should just let the innovators speak for themselves. But generally, I think, so what has happened is that a number of the innovators have incorporated companies outside the institution. And now they're negotiating to be able to either get a licensing from the institution to be able to commercialize, so that they can use that company to enter into agreements with companies. Now, things are moving slowly for multiple reasons. Some of them range from the fact that there's a policy, but it's never been tested. And no one is committing to test it, to be the first one to test it. Some of them, and this has been very good, is there's people where there was no policies, but the policies then came into place, and now they are sort of like on that process. But I think the biggest challenge has been, if you ask me, that idea of putting pen to paper to make it a reality. And that's why yesterday when we were in the session upstairs, we spoke about the idea that yes, there are policies, but who's going to be the first one to sign and say, let's do it?
Thank you. You have given us an assignment. We'll follow it up.
All right, I'm just checking if we're able to vote. Have we been able to scan through the QR code? Should be on both screens. And then we'll display the results in a minute. Have we been able to vote? Has anyone voted? Oh, some people have. Oh, yes, some people have here. They have, okay. That side, no voting for you. Oh, some people have, okay. Okay, so I guess we're able to vote. So in about a minute, we'll just show the results. Exactly 1 minute.
As human beings, we don't like waiting, but we can always use the time. So just some quick feedback for the innovators. Really great job, all of you, and I really appreciated seeing the commercialization happening in real time, even as you talked about the projects, and especially congratulations to those who are actually able to say, not just team lead, I am at CEO level, we have a company, and so on and so forth. The one area I wanted to highlight is actually two things. The first one is, let's look at it from the perspective of the pricing. The unit economics, I kind of felt most of them were weak. You typically want to have at least 100% markup from the price at gate, because you're going to have the entire entity, the entire organization depending on the revenues of that company. So if your margins are very thin, it's very tough. And the second thing is also you are setting a precedent the first time you go out to market. It's always easier to revise your price downwards than to revise it upwards. So don't be too quick to be the most affordable person. I think for the reason we do innovation and knowledge-intensive startups like yourselves is because the quality should also amount for something. So you should have a completely different mindset in terms of pricing. We were selling quality, it's not about cheap. Cheap we leave to the EPZs. We give them tax breaks and cheap labor, and they just, crank out products. So they can do the cheap. I don't think we can. We do need to recoup our R&D costs. Then the second one is, I love the nationalistic vibe, but we are business people. Some companies, I look at it and I ask myself, is this company going to make it in Kenya? And I fear it might not. But if you took the same exact product and your same exact approach and you went to Rwanda or you went to Ethiopia, you'd do extremely well. And for investors, what we need is for you to do extremely well. So don't limit yourself just to Kenya because you're from Kenya. At the end of the day, for any research commercialization venture, we typically know that domestic market alone will not suffice. It has to be an export-oriented company. And sometimes you may need to go north to come south. You may need to have to start there in order for you to actually finally have the desired impact you want to have at home. So life is that way. Be open-minded. And where it makes sense for you to start off as an export company initially, just go ahead and do that. It's still fine. Because I know none of us will likely be exporting to India or China straight away, but being able to at least export within this region is one of the critical benefits of us having regional blocks.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we're not going to host the results, but we'll allow you to close this session. No, we will not. We will do them at a later point because not everyone has been able to vote. And I also want to get you anxious as well as... No, you should vote once. Yes. Yeah, we'll give you a chance to close the session, Dr. Wangila. I think as they go Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. As I call Stella for the next session, just you can give your remarks.
Perhaps one remark about financing. I would have been interested to hear them speak about the funding which they would prefer, whether it's JVs or, like I've been interested in the one doing leather, considering that the national government is putting up the Kenya Leather Park in Athi River in Machakos County, and that would require a major investment. But then again, you see the innovation that they have is really good. Who knows? The Kenya Leather Park or the Leather Development Council would be interested in listening to such ideas and perhaps enhance a PPP.
Thank you very much. I believe, Dr. Wangila, you need to have a bilateral. All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and appreciation for all of us. Okay, thank you very much. I hand over to Stella.
Do I come or I wait? I do it? Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Maureen. Allow me to say something that I thought is important, especially so that we are partnering academia and industry and on matters innovation and commercialization. I mean, I don't know how you would feel when you're seated somewhere in a crowd and you hear your work being presented and nobody acknowledges you. So that's my point I'm raising. I'm surprised. I've just seen my work presented here. No acknowledgement. I took a photo. My name is not there. So I think it's time that we watch out on this. So I don't know what can be mentioned on the same. Thank you.
Apologies, we will take that in action accordingly. So apologies once again, we will follow up on that.
Okay, hamjamboni tena. I am back. I promise not to take a lot of time because the time has really gone. We were to have 40-minute session, but we'll try and cut that as much as we can. And I'd like to not waste much time, but to call to the stage the panelists for this session. Dr. Moses, I see you. Professor Mushiri from Dedan Kimathi, please allow my lack of protocol. It's Friday evening. Leo ni kama Friday. And Dr. David Muthaka. We have one panelist from South Africa who should be joining virtually. The technical team, I don't know whether we have that on the ready. And as they take their seats, nikubalieni tu, I give you a story or two. Permission granted? Mwalimu ule alinipatia si hebu nione kama permission granted, unajijua. What I'd like to say is, I am a student of the University of Nairobi, the School of Business. And what I've heard today is a lot, sasa umejijua ule alinipatia si. What I have heard today is beautiful concepts that are lacking in the input of marketing. So please let us find a way where we cross-pollinate and work together so that we can turn these ideas into formidable products, because there is not a single product that I've had here today that should not be multi-million product. Na situko, we are there and we are up to the task. So Dr. Mwansa najua atanipea kazi. So technical team, do we have the panelists? Okay. Okay, so today we are looking at the systemic changes that are necessary to foster entrepreneurial and commercialization in our institutions, our learning institutions. Today we have mainly universities, and is a pertinent question. And we have with us our panelists who are quite, they have merit in the work that they have done in the institutions that they have worked for. So I'll dive straight into just a number of questions as they introduce themselves. I also want to ask a question or two just to be able to bring out the aspects that we can close this workshop as we ruminate over, and hopefully it will set the stage for the next steps towards entrepreneurial commercialization. So I'll start with Professor Mushiri. Maybe you can just, I know you introduced yourself earlier, but in the context of today, maybe you can tell us your experience for Dedan Kimathi in this journey. So maybe I'd like to ask, even as you say a little about yourself, also tell us the systems in our institutions that support entrepreneurial and commercialization spirit. Can you maybe speak briefly to how this is for Dedan Kimathi University? Professor.
Yeah, thank you, Stella. I introduced myself. My name is Professor Peter Muchiri. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology and a Professor of Mechanical Engineering. And previously, I served as a DVC, Academic Affairs and Research, and I also had a chance for 4 years to serve as the founding director of the Dikut Startup Center, which is part of the Dikut entrepreneurial ecosystem. It's a journey that we started a while ago because it is embedded in the strategic plan of the university, and basically the formation of Dikut as a university of technology is towards being an entrepreneurial university. And we also had a chance to co-work with the University of Saarland, Germany, and a project funded by DAD, also with the Chuka University and Karatina University on development of entrepreneurial universities in Kenya. And I would think more it was supported by the concept of establishment of a science and technology park in Dikut, which from the year 2015, we've been working towards its successful accomplishment. It's quite a lot of work, and we realize that a science and technology park is not just the buildings and the structures, but we need the infrastructure and the systems to make the university entrepreneurial. The first thing we started, number one, is the mindset change, training of the trainers, because people can only give what they have. So if you instill entrepreneurial thinking among the lecturers, then they can transmit the same to the students. So a lot of entrepreneurial training and embedding entrepreneurship in every program was instituted, and then continuous capacity building on the same. Then the structures is in terms of the ecosystem, which is very important. We started with a D-Hub, Dikut Incubation Hub, which has been operating from the year 2012. And we realized that with beautiful ideas developed at D-Hub, when the student graduates, that idea disappears there because they entered the job market. So in 2018, we started the Dikut Startup Center. And with this, in the Startup Center, you can enter after graduating. You have 12 months to develop your business, get the registration, the certification, and you can enter into the market. So that's a journey we are in. It's the commercialization journey. It has a lot of ups and downs, but are still very fulfilling that already, even if you're not able to give some businesses a complete outlook at the beginning, you have already instilled a mindset change. So again, we are working towards the Science and Technology Park, which was presented in the morning. And among the student community, we have trainings and the startup weekends. We first started with idea storming night. So every semester we have a day where different entrepreneurial students come and showcase their ideas, and after that we go to the startup weekend, a 3-day event where you are able to ideate, prototype, and do the business canvas modeling. And this one has become a culture already in our university, and we believe we still have to continue in order to have a complete mindset change for all the students who will pass through the university and also the lecturers. So under the Startup Center, we are now scaling up, identifying the potential ideas. We already have a good number of them, and maybe, Tony, next time I should come also with a good, I missed, we had a good startup which maybe would have pitched today. We have to make sure at least we bring some next time. So our council was kind enough to start a seed fund, and still not so much, but a small kitty. But with that kitty, we've been able to give stipend to students who want to continue a little bit further and develop their ideas. We provide subsistence allowance every month, and provide all the support structure to start with. So we are all building up towards the Science and Technology Park. We have an ambitious target of generating at least 45 businesses, startups every year for the next 10 years. So that's around 450. So we can say that the work has begun, a lot needs to be done, and much more is required in terms of the capacity building, the investment, and the support system. So it's a journey that we can co-work and with all the interested partners to make it successful for our country and for our nation. Thank you, Stella.
Yes, please clap for the professor. Asante sana, Professor Muchiri. I think Dedan Kimathi has really carved a niche for itself in how successful they have been in bringing this to fruition and bridging the, dotting the T's and crossing the T's or the I's, that one. Is an institution that we work very closely as Konza Technopolis. We learn a lot from them, even as they learn from us, and I'd like to say they are also full members of the International Association of Science Parks. And I'd invite all of our institutions, please let us join so that as a country, we can be able to make impact and to influence discussion in the matters of science. In the morning, you are told we are hosting the 2024 World Congress. We're inviting all of you. Let us be able to participate as full members. So thank you very much, Professor. Next, I'd like to go to Dr. Moses, all the way from Kabarak University. Also doing quite a commendable job. Maybe you can tell us, in your view and your experience, what are the policy and regulatory changes that are needed to support institutionalization of systems in our universities for entrepreneurship and commercialization to take root? And I ask this question, and I don't want it to be a cliche question. I'd like you to maybe tell us, how much have you found as you pushed entrepreneurship and commercialization? At what point were you getting stuck? Is it truly that it is policy that is making us not able to progress, or are we hiding behind the challenge that is policy? Dr. Moses.
Thank you very much. And for the last question, I'm currently almost feeling stuck. And because of your first question, policy. So our journey has been a long one and started off in 2017 when our Directorate of Research was established. And shortly thereafter, we had to upgrade or revamp our IP policy. That was 2019. And through that policy, we were able to go ahead and set up structures, such as an innovation committee, a coordinator for innovations, an innovation hub. And more recently, in 2021, we even established an internal innovation fund to provide seed funding for innovators within the university. In subsequent years, that's 2022, we've set up an event, an annual event called the Central Rift Innovation Week, where we give our innovators and those in the TVETs and counties around us a chance to showcase, to learn, and to network. And as a result of that, we have a culture that is growing, a conversation that is beginning to happen. So, to your question, policy. Policy is key. A lot of the things that we've set up, the committees, the coordinators, the funds, all that could not be possible if it were not entrenched in policy. So we first had to envision the future and put it in a policy, because anytime you want to set up something, you'll be asked, is it in the policy? You know, And then is it in the strategic plan? So we've had to make sure that this important agenda finds its way into those documents. In terms of regulation, I wish to refer to an expectation by the Commission for University Education that I recently decided to acquaint myself with about the percentage of time that faculty and students should spend in class versus research. Very interestingly, the Commission has very good recommendations there. I think a minimum of a third of our time should be spent on research. However, I was just surprised to read it because it's not something that we discuss a lot. It's actually in the regulation 2014, and I think even in the updated ones that came out recently. So the regulations, some are there, but we're not acquainted with them in theory or even in practice. So at what point do I get to feel that I'm stuck on the journey of growing the culture of innovation and entrepreneurship and commercialization in the university? I get stuck at the point where it's predominantly a teaching culture. And the truth be told, currently, teaching pays the bills, keeps the lights on. And when I want to say that we need time for this, we need funds for that, I get that interesting look of good idea, but it can't actually pay our bills today. So encouraging that visionary, futuristic thinking is quite a hard task. You know, encouraging the leadership that let's invest, let's risk something here. And they've done well, they've put in some money every year into that. But it's sort of not, you know, dipping their toes in the water, you know, not ready to go all out. So at that point, changing the mindsets and the culture of the entire ecosystem is not going to happen overnight, but it's still quite a difficult task. And one of the challenges I said is teaching. And the truth is people are after that extra coin, that income. And it comes faster from part-time teaching than it could from research. So we tend to go for the low-hanging fruits and forget that there's a bigger, grander goal in the commercialization of IP. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Moses, I like to call him Dr. Moses, Dr. Thiga, the Director of Research, Innovation and Outreach at Kabarak University. I'd ask you to kindly hold on to those questions. We'll allow at least a question for each of the panelists, just so that we try and salvage our long weekend. So, Daktari, what I hear you talking about, I feel that is within the purview of the university or the institution to address, because we are the creators of the strategic plan. We are the ones who draw up the policies. So if we have a policy that's not working for us or that is missing, we are able to come up with that policy. So maybe a lot of the answers could actually still be inward, even before we go to the larger policies of sector and at national level. But that's all I hear. I don't know whether that is what you were saying. So I'd like to ask Dr. David Muthaka from the Commission for University Education. He spoke to us earlier today. And just following on from what Dr. Moses has spoken about, I'd like to ask you maybe to tell us the challenges that universities, so from where you stand, what are the challenges that you see are what is making the universities struggle in this drive towards commercialization?
Thank you. Let me just first of all state a few things. One, that of course, I don't know whether it was deliberate that you decided to put me between two doctors, because I'm a regulator of the university education. And from that angle, ours is more so to work in the universities to ensure that the programs that they offer will be of value to the Kenyan to Kenyan and also to the global economy. But more so, we also realize that they face constraints, even in terms of offering whatever they have proposed to offer. So some of the challenges that we have found from that header, moving from research to commercialization. The first one, and has been highlighted by many, is mindset. And if we are not going to deal with that fast, through creation of awareness, through training, through capacity building, we might not go far. And we are likely to hold these forums for a very, very long time, because we need to inculcate a culture. And that's why you have, and I'll repeat again, that's why you are hearing, we are still going back to teaching, because teaching becomes more natural, because we have not mainstreamed also the culture of research, publication, and commercialization of our research. So that we should start seeing, by the time you embark on a research project, whether it's basic, you should be able to see the end, and the end should be the outcome. For this paper, even basic in humanities that I'm writing, what should be the outcome? So that we have the outcome in mind and not the output in mind. Output more so is on publications, and you saw what I highlighted. We have so many publications that do not add up in ideas that can be patented. That's one of the challenges. But it starts with the mindset that we have to really have to work on awareness and sensitization and capacity building. And it's from all the researchers and the management. Remember, we always say that the fish starts to rot from the head. So we need change of mindset from there. And I want to put the challenge to the leadership of all the universities to try and buy in the idea of inculcating that culture. That is one. Two, it has to do with the fears that we want to deal with, or you have heard, even just a few minutes ago. The loss of intellectual property. And I put this because it's a fear within the research fraternity, within the university fraternity, that they have an idea, but they are fearing to lose it. So some of it, they lock it in their cupboards because they don't know if they expose it, it will be stolen, because they fear the process of protection, intellectual protection. And my proposal here is a guidance, policy guidance. And as I proposed early in the morning, it should be pitched up at the ministry level, because ministry should be able to provide the policy guidance on commercialization of research outputs from universities, which should be uniform and should create uniformity in the approach. And this has been lacking, such that you find each university has its own intellectual property policy, and it is not standard as in another institution. Some is weak, some of it has weaknesses and gaps, but if you provide a policy framework which is general to everyone, I think as a country we shall be able to protect the research that is coming from the universities as a country, so that we can be able to move it from the universities to the industry. The other bit I find the challenge that is lacking on commercialization of our ideas and research outputs is the weak industry or university industry linkage. And this is another area that we need to approach uniformly as a country. And why am I pitching it at the country level? Because this is output that is supposed to lead to economic development. When we talk about university education, and we are going to the knowledge economy, who is supposed to produce that knowledge? It should be universities. But when they produce that knowledge, the commercialization is happening or should happen in the industry so that we stop having. I had a proposal where, like we want to build a small industry in each and every university. It may not be possible, but we can have a stronger linkage with industry. But we have that framework. That is also what is lacking, and that's why we still have the fear that if I sell my idea to a certain company which has muscle in terms of funding, it's likely to register that patent even outside the country, and I may not be able to benefit. But if we are able to have a framework as a country that deals with the output from universities to commercialization of the same output in the industry within the country or outside, but protected, I think we shall be able to get more from the universities than what we are getting now. But as CUE, we have been trying to hold exhibitions where we expose the innovations from universities. I know for the last 2 or so years we have not been able to hold that because of COVID, but we are resuming come the next financial year, and we'll be able to come up with a reward system of the best innovators as individuals and as universities to try to encourage, because we are, as a regulator, we are supposed to promote the innovations that is happening and the research that is happening in universities. So come the next financial year, we shall start holding these exhibitions and coming up with the reward system and recognition for the best innovators, the same as Kenya, but within the university fraternity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muthaka. So now it was on purpose to put you in the hot seat in the middle of your clients, the 2 universities. I think from what I'm hearing is we really need all hands on deck to overcome the challenges as you have highlighted them, both the hard and the soft issues. Sometimes when it comes to science and STEM, we tend to forget the soft issues, and I heard someone talk about the humanities. I want to say that all these products are destined to the market, and the market is made of humans. So please carry the humanities along. Every university here has an arm that does business development, they have legal, they have all this. Can all these come together and assist to bridge the gaps that are existing so that it can push commercialization forward? These are conversations I'm sure Kenya and ourselves would like to continue, and we'll get in touch, put our heads together and see how we can be able to facilitate such a conversation going forward. I want to recognize our last panelist. The Bible says the first shall be the last, so the last shall be the first. Dr. Nora Clark, a director from the Entrepreneurship University, South Africa, to introduce herself. And as she does that, she can also just give us insights from down south. South Africa is one of our largest economies in Africa. The entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystem in Kenya is giving them a run for their money, but they remain ahead. So really, can you give us some insights, experiences, and actionable recommendations that you could have that have been able to drive systemic changes that we can adopt in our universities to activate entrepreneurship and commercialization and to remove you from the top slot? We are coming for you. Dr. Nora.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Stella, and good afternoon, colleagues. I have, you know, as the young people say over here, maybe they say it over there as well, I have serious FOMO. I have fear of missing out, because last year I was there in Mombasa with you, and this year I've got to just join online and miss out on all the wonderful engagement and learnings that's been happening there, and just listening to the bit that I've heard so far this afternoon has been so interesting to see visible progress already within the past year. in Kenya. And so I want to congratulate you. Dr. Tony Omwasa is, he's just been driving this, I think, and now he's got, you're all there doing this with him, and I think there's tremendous work being done and progress being made. And I'm saying this from a point of where we are, we've just got, we're struggling to figure things out on our part of the continent, in the same way that you are figuring things out on your part of the continent, and some things we can learn from each other, and but then also having that sensitivity to the fact context is unique. Not only every country, but every region, that we cannot find a one size fits all for. So in that sense, when I listen to the discussion and the references to policy and to strategy and how these things come into play in the different ecosystems, I have to come back to that question on our topic of discussion, which is really change. And in that sense, the ecosystems approach that is followed in Kenya at the moment, I think is just something to watch. And I'm definitely watching from a distance about building and growing this entrepreneurship, innovation, commercialization, research, not in that order, ecosystem, institutionally, but also in the country and in the region. And because I'm pretty sure we can learn a lot from this iterative process that we are all going through in our respective areas. So when we talk about the ecosystems approach, I think it's something that we're grappling with here, because I forgot to introduce myself. So my own role is Director Entrepreneurship at Universities South Africa, which is the representative organization of the 26 public universities in South Africa. And the EDHE program, or we just call it EDI, stands for Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education. And that program is funded through the Department of Higher Education, but it is run through this organization, this representative organization, USAF. And what we have learned now in this process, colleagues, is that if we want to bring about systemic change, we have to connect the system. So in terms of entrepreneurship and commercialization, we compete with each other in other areas and in terms of rankings or whatever. When it comes to the well-being of our students and their future economic participation, and when it comes to economic growth and development in our different countries and on our continent, we have to have a systemic and an ecosystemic approach, and we've got to work with each other. We all have resource constraints. And the question here, and the kind of thing that we are exploring more and more, is how do we share resources among institutions? How do we share facilities? How do we create the collaboration and the participation rather than the competition that we see in other areas of our work? And with to really go and look deeper into this remarkably inspirational work done by a person by the name of Eric Stam, and he's a professor at Utrecht University in the Netherlands, but he's often visiting, or he is a visiting professor at Stellenbosch University in South Africa as well. And he has done remarkable practical work in terms of the ecosystem elements that we need to to bring about the systemic change that we are all striving for. And so to come and share with you at some stage or other, because every time I listen to him and I learn a lot about what we can take and apply and adapt, because I think everything needs to be customized for our local ecosystems. So, Chair, I've got a couple of the mic. I know everyone there. You've got such wonderful experts on the panel. Connect with one of our earlier speakers about the industry university collaboration aspect. And that is that we have to, as institutions and as a higher education systems, we've got to be aligned in our research with market demands. I think we don't have the luxury anymore to pursue research that isn't of practical and functional purpose. And I know the researchers are going to crucify me for saying this, but we have to at least ask that question. When we engage with our postgrad researchers and students, we've got to ask that question. Are you thinking about the practical applications of your research beyond your studies, beyond getting that qualification? How can you take the work that you are going to be investing your time into for 2 or 3 years now in your postgrad studies, how can you take that towards your own economic participation, but also perhaps towards commercializing your research and then perhaps even starting a business from your research, such as some of the wonderful innovators had demonstrated to us in the pitching session just now. So, Chair Stella, thank you so much for this opportunity. It's wonderful just hearing you and sharing time with you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nora. Very well articulated, I think. Quite good lessons for us to learn. And underscoring again the need to be able to contextualize interventions to suit our specific circumstances. So I did promise to have a question or two for the panelists. If I can have some support to move the mic. Team Kenya got hungry. Okay.
Can help you move the mic if nobody's near.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and really great discussion from all the panelists. One thing that has come out time and time again is a question of the weak linkages between academia and industry. And mine is not so much of a question, but a bit of just contributing some of my thinking towards that. It would be amazing if we could be able to have our universities, let me start with an analogy. So if you want to go into manufacturing and you want to be very successful in manufacturing, sometimes the best way to do it would be not start with manufacturing, but start by being a distributor, because nobody knows the markets better than a distributor. And I think it's the same thing even for knowledge economy. There's a step that I think we're trying to skip, which is how do we do business with private sector? And my argument would be, if we can take a similar approach and ask ourselves as universities, what consultancies can we do to the private sector as a starting point? Forget our R&D and all of that, so that we start orienting our thinking to speak to the issues of the private sector. And I think, there was the gentleman from MasterCard earlier today morning talking about the need to actually deal with specifics. And to me, one of the challenges I face is our universities are not, it's very difficult to even understand what is your university good at. And I'll give a case in point. So if we look like at Jima University, where one of the startups was talking from, we actually provide R&D funding to universities to do consultancy for our portfolio companies at Vilgro. And at GIMA, because we know them very well, they've actually been able to get almost $100,000 from us just to do R&D that actually goes to build a product for a startup that we're investing in. Because it's cheaper for me than to get the startup to invest in their own infrastructure. Now, when I come to Kenya, we do the same. We've done the same with TUK, with Meru University, with several universities, University of Nairobi, but it's very difficult. If I didn't sit here in this room and get to map who is who and what are the things that you're really good at, that information is not even available online. And so in a sense, if we could think capability statements, if we could actually knock on the doors of industry and say, or even people like Vilgro and say, what are your specific pain points, and how can we have School of Engineering, we have legal, we have arts, industrial design, for example, for all the hardware innovation startups we're working with. They're amazing in thinking about the utility. They completely are hopeless in terms of the aesthetics. And one of the challenges we are facing across the region is just industrial design. So we would love to be able to see how can we tap into the expertise seated in the universities, but can you set yourselves up like McKinsey or somebody else, so that when you come in, the challenges I usually face is, I say, can you do this? Yes. How much would it cost me for you to do this for me? Pricing issues. Nobody has ever sat down and thought of, how can I now do this as a business? And so then you get a delay of 6 months, 9 months. By that time, I've gone to India.
Okay, thank you very much. And you promised...
I was hoping that you were going to ask a direct question. So let me ask the direct question to Mutaka. You talked about the need to have a framework for strengthening university-industry linkages. But you did not tell us who will make it happen. Can you tell us who will make it happen, particularly those 3 issues that you presented during your earlier presentation? The issue of strengthening university-industry linkages, the issue of regularly reviewing curriculum, working together with industries, the issue of providing incentives to universities so that they can be able to put more efforts on innovation and commercialization. Who is this person? Whose performance contract is it? Is it yours or who? We'll be very delighted to know that. Thank you.
There's some at the back.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Paul Dakanio from University of Embu. Mine is this. I feel as a university or as people who produce knowledge, the role here is quite clear, and I agree with Dr. Kimandi, what they are doing, because we have produced knowledge, and what they are doing in the science park then is going through a value chain so that it can be taken to the industry. I think that's something we need to appreciate. Now, where we may be having a missing link, we are here as academia, talking about the knowledge we produce. I want to propose in the next summit, then you should be having the industries on the other side, telling that this product you're producing has defect 1, 2, 3, so that then you can be able to produce better knowledge for them. Because like I said yesterday, what we are talking about, the knowledge economy, is something different because we'll be looking at the knowledge value chains. As a university, I think if you can be able to reach where the data demand is, will be really very good, the knowledge value chain, so that you can be able to take this chain now to commercialization. And I agree with the person from KU now, if a framework is brought at that higher level, so that you can be saying, in a summit like this, we have the academia here producing knowledge, and then the consumers of this knowledge on the other side. I think that will be very fruitful. Thank you very much.
These are, okay.
Thank you, our panelists. And I'm really excited that the conversation about commercialization is moving on well. But I'd like to ask Professor Peter Nganga of EDECUT. You have done a lot in terms of setting up the park, the innovation park. But now my question is about the issue of policy. Did you come up with an extra policy to handle the running of the park, or you are still dealing with the old one, like the IP, the research, and so forth? That is there an extra policy which is required for the same? And also for Dr. Thiga, since you are also running the research, innovation, and outreach, do you still need an empowerment in terms of policy in your institution? Thank you.
Okay, we'll take one more question from a lady for balance of gender. 30% rule. Okay, we'll take even if you're not a lady. I see he's very worried to be called a lady today. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Musa. I'm from Egerton University. And I'm following this from what we are discussing, the systematic changes that we need to see change. It's true, the universities generate knowledge, but the industry does not consume knowledge. The industry requires innovations, something they're going to do different, something which enhances what they do. So what is missing, I give the example of when you generate electricity from dams. You build a big dam, you accumulate water, which you pass through turbines, through transformers, then you get electricity, what the people need. Now, where we are caught is people want electricity. In the university, we are accumulating knowledge. There is a system missing. The turbine and the transformer is missing. Here we need to change this. The universities, and I think the best place to put the turbines and the generator is the university. This, and has to be a dedicated system. This is going to be a dedicated system. The job of this system is to change the knowledge from the research and all that to services and products. And this is domiciled within the universities. Then the industry can go to the market, and the market is that system we are creating out there. Without this, and this has been lacking for a long time, it's not going to happen. What we have in the if today I walk to the University of Nairobi, or I went to Egerton University, and I went and saw the pile of theses, and I tell you, okay, get in there, change these research results to a product. We have a problem. There's nothing you can do. And something has been mentioned here. We need to have targeted research and funding. Not that we neglect basic research, but what we need is proportioning. That targeted research gets priority, but we still need blue sky research, we need strategic research, but effort goes to applied research. And the research, what we do in our universities, I would say it's the old football style. You kick the ball to whoever it may concern. We have to have research being directed by the need, either in the country or beyond. That's what we do. This is what we are moving now. Let's put our money here so that at the end of the day, this is what we expect. Mm-hmm. If we do that, what you need is a PhD or a master's, put a shelf there, we are caught in a quagmire. We have to have an epicenter. Research must be driven by the need out there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The very last one. So that we can close the questions, to give them time to answer, and just to invite you Kenya has been very kind to organize what my mother would call a cocktail. So please, we can continue the questions and the interaction at the cocktail later in the evening. Yes, please.
Mine is not even a question. I just actually want to compliment what the professor said, but for me, it's also just because I don't come from this academic ecosystem, but it makes me sometimes I really wonder and worry, or not wonder, but I just wonder very loud that we always put sometimes when I look at research from the universities, sometimes for me they look so much the same. Not the research can never be the same, but I also have a feeling that are we not really, like you talk about priorities. So when you talk about, but priorities also need, let's say, also needs different funding, different models. Like you say, you can go to a place where, let's say I go to Egerton University, they are researching, let's say, on something like Apple. Then I go to Mount Kenya, I find them researching on a different Apple. And I go to then I find them researching. So then I'm saying to myself, sometimes what do we need in the context of even Africa here? Sometimes some of us, because some of this, you have heard it a lot when people say like, a country like Kenya, we have not even produced a matchstick, you know, and then you say like, wait a minute, how do you produce that? We have not even produced this. So when it comes to even telephone, let's say, and we're talking about, let's say even smartphones, has Kenya been in a position even to produce like just a functioning telephone, like say even a Nokia level? So I'm looking at different levels and saying, are we not really making like, I mean, in the beginning we talk about different forms of research, and then I have a feeling that when you talk about research, it says in a kind of a very sleepy modus where I don't see different perspectives, and I want to see that perspective being really articulated, because it also involves funding and involves different sets of notions and mentality shift.
Okay, thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we are in agreement from the discussions in this panel and also during the last 2 days that we have most of the answers. We seem to know what needs to be done. The pending questions actually are towards the panel that can be able to give answers, and I'd like to start with what Professor talked about from the chair of Kenya when he asked whose KPI, whose PC target is this for linkage? I say he's not there. I'll give the gentleman a chance to choose who will answer that question. But just to say that in this room today, we have a number of vice chancellors and people who are very high up in the university structure. You are able to create a PC target where you deem appropriate to be able to foster collaboration even within the university itself. Because if we are talking about collaboration outside with other universities and with other institutions, can we start with it within the university? My contribution to that. But gentlemen, who would like to answer that question as you tackle the questions directed specifically to your institutions? We'll start from Professor Moshiri and go that way after you answer the question on whose target, who should we task with this problem of lack of collaboration or disaggregation within the sector.
Yeah, thank you, Stella, and we really take the challenge very positively as universities, and starting with the question from Professor Tom, that who really does it belong to? And I would cite the example I have learned from, because in Dikut, and I'm glad that I have worked with one of the best managers of a university the last 14 years, our founding Vice Chancellor, Professor Engineer Dirango Kioni, who presented this morning. And his responsibility, it's his passion to develop entrepreneurial university, and there is no other office basically that can handle that responsibility. That responsibility squarely lies in the office of the Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor must be the champion and must be the starting change agent that the university requires for it to be entrepreneurial. And I'm happy because Professor Kioni is seated right here in this auditorium. And there's quite a lot of thinking process that has been taking place in terms of foundational work, in terms of the policy framework. Somebody asked about the policy frameworks that enables, for example, the Science and Technology Park. There is we had the IP policy in place, the research policy in place, a startup policy in place, and also a policies for centers of excellence, which are actively doing a lot of research. And it's not just the policy framework and the good MOUs we have, it's the action that makes the overall difference. And the leadership must have the courage to take action and start from what you have, where you are, and get something happening. And the mentorship I have received from Professor Kioni is that of action. So myself as a new Vice Chancellor, I think the foundation has been well laid down. It's really a matter of taking off, because we have seen that you can start from where you are with what you have and make a big difference and make things happen. So I believe the success or the things we have seen in DCUT, including the area of microelectronic fabrication and nano design and fabrication, is basically a thinking process from the whole value chain. And now we are happy to host one of the special microelectronic design companies in this country and in the region. And it's really quite a lot of work and courage to make things happen. It's not easy, but we need people who are willing and ready to make these things happen. I also take on the question from Dr. Robert. And indeed, there is a challenge of mapping all our resources in terms of manpower and competencies. And that's a positive comment. We take it seriously, because it is from that mapping that we can even be able to demonstrate to the world which kind of skills we have, competencies, consultancies we can be able to undertake. And yeah, and there's quite a lot we can do. Myself, my area of specialization in mechanical engineering is industrial design. So when you mention about industrial, yes, that's what I did for my master's, industrial engineering, and the PhD is basically also in the area of industrial design. And even from a bit of consultancy work that we've done, it's quite a lot that is required in that area. But we have a lot of resources in all our universities. We have a lot of competencies. It's really a matter of organizing these resources, creating multidisciplinary teams, and basically presenting to the world what we are able to provide. And I'm happy, and this is also an invitation to all of us. Now, DCUT, as Professor Kioni mentioned, we have launched Origins Research Lab, Innovation Lab. And this is a platform for identification of societal and industrial problems, and a platform where multidisciplinary teams, not limited to DCUT, but extending to other universities in the region, outside the region, the industry, to co-work and co-create and make this happen. So we kindly invite you in that platform. Let us co-work together, and we believe from starting with a problem, we can provide solutions that can be actuated or commercialized and taken to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think that was also your closing remarks, inviting us to come and work with Dedan Kimathi. But I'm sure he still has a lot more, and he has saved that for the cocktail. From the Commission of University Education, a question and also closing remarks. You have 63 seconds.
Okay. I think Prof here has touched on one of the areas that the chair of Kenya had asked direct a question to CUE. And I would have responded to say that it's for development of the policy, first of all, lies with the Ministry of Education, State Department of Higher Education. And that is where we should take our policy advisory. I know the Vice Chancellors have a consultative forum. The last time I engaged with it was on collective bargaining, but I believe the IPUCCF can be able to develop a policy advisory to the CS education, which now with advice on forming a technical team, which can yield to a policy on university-industry linkage. And we can form partnership, but ensure that that one happens. Two, from the deliberations of this summit, we should be able to make some recommendations towards that, so that it's picked up as an action point for even Kenya and CEIL, and should be taken forward. After that, the consultations happen, participation, and people give ideas. But I believe it's one of the ways that we can be able to take our research to commercialization through strengthening that linkage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwansa, but the chair is here. Dr. Mwansa, you've heard the call. We need recommendation and action points that you can be able to follow. It's something I think we can take up before the Kenya Innovation Week. Okay, excellent. Dr. Moses.
63 seconds.
64.
64, thank you. One, the issue of academia-industry linkages. Who will make this work? That's been well answered by our Vice Chancellor from DECUT. I just want to add that it takes visionary leadership. Leadership that is taking people somewhere, not necessarily managing an institution. When we also, as universities, stop doing research for the sake of research, of course not all of us are doing that, but when the bulk of it stops being research for the sake of research, then I think we'll make a difference, because we will identify real problems and work with real stakeholders to develop real solutions. A lot of what is lying on the shelves, honestly, may not actually be of any practical use, because it's just done in the library and on a laptop and on the internet, and that's just it, without actually going to the ground to talk to anybody who supposedly has that problem. Finally, do we need better policies to get ourselves out of this challenge and all that? I don't think we do necessarily. I just cited that we have very good regulations from the Commission. We have very good policies in our institutions. We just don't do what they say. I think that's the point. We just don't do it. We probably want to start by maybe the journey, or continue the journey that Professor Kioni with the Alliance of Entrepreneurial Universities is doing. Let's inculcate an entrepreneurial mindset, not just in the leadership, but in everyone in the university ecosystem. Then we will begin to see a product and a service at the end of every research activity, every innovation activity we do. We stand a chance to actually impact industry and society with our research and innovations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moses. We hope that next year, the next meeting, you'll be giving us an update of how the current policies have been put to work and have yielded results. Again, the last shall be the first. Dr. Nora, do we still have you online?
Most definitely, yeah. Most definitely, Stella. I'm not going anywhere. This is very, very exhilarating. So the gentlemen have just touched on such important aspects, but I want to specifically recognize and respond to that one quote. I actually need the gentleman's name because I'm going to have to quote him on this in future. The gentleman at the back who said, universities produce knowledge, but industry does not consume knowledge. And then the analogy with the turbine and the generator that are missing. I think that was just so well demonstrated. And with that, you know, Professor Tom's question also related to, but who takes responsibility? Where does what sit? And there's a model that I'd like to share with you that we've worked on now for 2 years with 10 South African universities, of having a central point of engagement for everything related to entrepreneurship, commercialization, mainly, which is kind of the central nervous system of everything entrepreneurship in an institution. We call it an economic activation office. And it is, yes, it has that economic activation focus, but it involves connecting the many different entities within an institution that are all focused on supporting the value chain. And this entity is an entity that stays abreast of all the information, knows who does what, and shares that information and connects. It's a massive connecting function that this entity has. And of course, it is endorsed by and sits under the auspices of at least a Deputy Vice Chancellor in an institution. If it's the Vice Chancellor, even better, because there's got to be that institutional buy-in and that institutional drive. And that is why when we look at executive leadership, entrepreneurship and commercialization should not sit with one executive leader. It should be a KPI in each of the performance agreements of the executive leaders as it relates to what they are doing. One person focusing on the teaching and learning of entrepreneurship, and one focusing on the commercialization through research and innovation. Another person focusing on the student entrepreneurship component. Another person focusing on the community engagement component. And so we can continue so that everyone in the institution, especially if it's underpinned by the strategic plan of the university, then everyone in leadership should be invested in driving whichever aspect of the bigger plan they are responsible for. I'm happy to share the economic activation model with any colleagues at a later stage if required. Thank you so much, Chair, and Dr. Tony, for this wonderful opportunity of joining you from the southern point of the continent. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Nora, for your very powerful closing of our panel today. I think next time we might need 3 days because it's not usual to have this kind of presence at the end of a conference and when you're having a long weekend coming. But allow me to just also make my own closing remarks. Dr. Tom sometimes gives me honorary doctorate for a few minutes. So there's a question that was asked. If you're asked as a university, what are you good at? And we had this discussion with the gentleman from Egerton University just before the session began. What is Egerton good at? What is Egerton known for? What is it known for? Jake what? Okay, me I know mushrooms and noodles. University of Nairobi? Medicine. Kenyatta? Just? Dekut? Chuka? Meru? Embu? Next year, make sure you can give us a compelling story on what it is you are known for. Kenya, we say we are known for. Kenya is known for? For? Marathon. I was in Korea, everybody was doing like this because sometimes they had marathon, so they were doing, oh, from Kenya, like this. We are known for tea, we are known for coffee, but that doesn't mean that the other things we do are subservient to those ones. So even if a university is known for agriculture, it doesn't mean it is not also good in other things, but it is very important for us to be clear what we are known for. Then industry can be able to target and we can be able to reach out to the others also. For all government institutions, please pay attention. For all government institutions, we have been asked to redo our strategic plans. Who has not done it yet? The deadline is 31st December. So you have an opportunity to be able to close the gaps that have been identified in the strategic plan. You know, God works wonders. We are currently redoing all government institutions. We are doing what we are calling the 5th generation strategic plan. Please read the guidelines from Treasury. So for all universities that are public universities, you have an opportunity to close the gap. So next year's summit, please let us have areas of progress. And I can see Dr. Mwansa is on his feet, and I cannot speak when he's on his feet. I'd like to say thank you very, very much. Please clap for my panel and for myself. And then for yourself. And see you at the cocktail. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, colleagues, What has a beginning has an end. It's been 2 days of lots of engagements, and I hear the first recommendation is to make it a 3-day event. Actually, for some of us, we started 3 days ago with the Neil Council and the board engaging on the strategic plan and the innovation master plan and so forth. So here we've come to an end, but it's really great. Just like last year, it was 5:30 and people still wanted to engage more. But we have to close so we can move to other things. I'd like to pick you to pick a phone. Get a smartphone. Get a smartphone. And my team circulate something as we agreed on the table. And in 2 minutes, we are going to do something very interesting. So you saw earlier on we were displaying a QR code in the course of the day for us to experiment on what it means to vote for someone. And we voted for the Entrepreneur Institution of the Year. So I looked at the data and there were close to 600 votes. So I said, yeah, this thing is now well tested. The technology seems to work. So what I want you to do, how many of us have already on your table? QR code like this. A QR code. Okay. So pick your phone, point to the QR code, a screen will come, go there, pick one institution that you think, there's a short description you'll see at the top, all right, as to what does potentially an entrepreneurial institution would look like. Go ahead and pick one institution to the best of your knowledge. It's not about the Vice Chancellor, it's just about the institution, to the best of your knowledge. So we're having a bit of fun to try and say, okay, so how might we continue to build this agenda of recognizing institutions? Come next year, we're going to have a very comprehensive process of identifying our top institutions and celebrate their efforts. We will even say specifically what are they strong at, because we are building a maturity framework anyway. All right, go pick one institution, click, and submit. All right, after I have a timer, so after a few minutes we will close that link. How many have already clicked and submitted? All right, I can see 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes. 2 more minutes. Put for me a timer on the screen. Who has not voted? Okay. So we are done. With that scoring, you're okay. Good. I see one person hasn't done, so we will give you 30 seconds. And then Maureen and Tim, you aggregate for me, so we announce what does this audience feel. Of course, it's not a very representative one, but at least it has the highest concentration of PhD holders per meter squared, per square meter, as at now, you know, across the country. So it's not a bad sample, all right? Are you done? Excellent. So with that in mind, you may as well disable the link and give me the statistics, all right? Thank you. You're still, oh, okay. Okay, give it another 20 seconds. Your timer, but it's too generous now. Imekata? Ah, okay. Good. We also had, I'd like to display some resolutions before I announce those results. We'll also announce results of the best pitch, and we'll also announce the first person to have registered. Please display some slides that I had. Okay. When we met here a year ago, we came up with some resolutions, and there were 8. And I have taken this slide exactly as it was last year. We agreed that we will disseminate the guidelines for commercialization, which we discussed here and launched them, and we launched them at the Innovation Week last year. I'm doing this very intentional to demonstrate that we don't do this event and then, end of story, nice talk. We follow through as much as we are practically able to. So we did launch these innovation guidelines, commercialization guidelines, and they're available on the portal, the Innovation Agency portal. And we are happy to engage further to support whatever little efforts that there can be. Second, we committed that Kenya Network for Entrepreneurial Institutions leaders would be operationalized by March. I can confirm that we did, and we have a council, and it's operational. Yesterday but one, we held our first formal council meeting, and we have some resolutions out of it. Number 3, we agreed that the Technology Transfer and Commercialization Office's policy would be established through the ministry. It's the ministry that really developed policies. We didn't quite succeed to cover as much ground as we thought we would on this, and so it's still a matter to be worked on. The Innovation Bridge, which is the digital platform that we're using to, harvest innovations and share them to the broader ecosystem, was functional, it was launched, and we currently have very many universities on that portal, including research centers. 5, the Entrepreneurial Institution Maturity Framework to be designed. We needed to look for money, so it took us a little bit of time. We finally found resources to do this, and our target is to be ready with this by the time we do the Innovation Week. So we already have a sketch. Number 6, Institutional Commercialization Support Program to be scaled, and that has succeeded. We were unveiling 11 new institutions part of the program. Number 7, we have a newsletter. We didn't have enough capacity to do everything we wanted to do with that newsletter, but it was launched, and it's an e-newsletter. And finally, the NEIL to conceptualize industry-academia linkages strengthening. We have the chair, and he'll give a little remark on some of these areas, and that's amazing. Now, come this year, go to the next slide, please. We haven't completed all the resolutions based on the feedback that is coming in, but there's a couple of things that have emerged, and I have about 7 points. 1, this network that is shared by Professor Kiama and assisted by Professor Ayiro with a team of council members, agreed that we're going to work on a very robust strategic plan. We've got resources for this already, and we are getting a consultant formally in place. Second, we're going to prioritize resource mobilization to support the entrepreneurial efforts, innovation, commercialization. So the council is going to put it upon themselves to ensure we mobilize resources over time aggressively. And then they want to pick 3 priority or strategic focus areas. So as part of that strategic plan, we will be announcing soon what our focus areas as a council. Next slide, that's number 2. The IS program, which is now fairly successful, we plan, as part of the cohort 1 that we signed agreements, from January we are visiting our institutions, those that we piloted with, and we will be coming with the maturity framework. Of course, we will engage in advance. The goal is now we start operationalizing that M&D framework. Over the next 1.5 years, we believe we will create a lot of transformation. Second is we are going to communicate to the 11 institutions pretty soon on the plan. We already have a plan, and the goal is that we're going to develop a jointly agreed transformation plan, could be 3 years, 5 years, and we follow it through. Then number 3 on the same is we will allocate some resources as an innovation agency to support that process. And I have some good news that the British Council, out of an interest in supporting this exercise, wants to allocate up to 0.5 million per institution of those institutions to support this process. So that doesn't mean that the money will be sent to the institution. That could be one way. The other way could be that the funds could be sent to Kenya, and then Kenya will support that process. So the intention of those resources to support that development of that master plan. And we appreciate the value of partners. And as we move forward, we see that we will mobilize more resources to support this process. And finally, on the same, we hope by the time we gather here, we'll be sharing a very amazing report of the insights we've gathered from all institutions through the R2C, real stories of transformation of commercialization and innovation. That's the second bullet. The third bullet is on the next slide. Please move, yes. Most of us probably know that we're struggling with the IP policy, national IP policy. It's remained a draft for a while. So I had a privilege to engage the Director General of WIPO and made a strong case of why we need to sort this out collectively, because it will make it easier even as we work with institutions and other partners. So the outcome is that Kenya is going to work very closely with KIPI and Kenya Copyright Board. We've already initiated a formal engagement with WIPO to support this process, and we want to target that by CEIL Summit 2024, sorry, that should not be 23, we should be having an IP policy, national IP policy, and of course it will have a cascaded effect of our institutions' work. For institutions, we have already begun a process as part of these work master plans that we develop for institutions. In some cases, IP policies are necessary. So working closely with NACOSTI, KIPI, Kenya Copyright Board, and others will ensure that we support the processes of upgrading of our IP policies where we need at institutional level. That's bullet 3. Bullet 4, CEIL Summit 2024. Now, I've had some engagements, including the minister, and the tone that I'm getting is that the next CEIL Summit should focus on matters of youth, jobs, and wealth. So in other words, we say commercialization as a means to something. So as we will engage, we will be looking at, so what jobs are we potentially creating? How are we working with and supporting the youth for and by the youth? That would be a major focus of our next CEIL Summit 2024. And there is a request that we include TVETs. I've received that message consistently, that we want to see more of TVETs in the space. Of course, the message about private sector and the involvement is getting louder, and we're becoming more and more bolder. I'll tell you why I was not very aggressive of getting private sector by the second time. Not that we didn't have private sector, we had. But I've noted one thing. If you're not prepared to engage, when somebody starts talking angel investment, another one starts talking about contractual arrangement, then other people start coiling back a little bit. Our goal was to build collective confidence that yes, we can engage and we can move forward together. And so we'll start expanding the involvement of private sector. The other request I have been asked is that there has to be exhibition. In other words, people want to see, touch and feel the solutions that are being created. So our aspiration is that next time there will be an amazing exhibition of the solutions that we are creating for our own institutions. That is part of our way of attracting private sector. That bullet 4. Bullet 5 is funding for innovators. Now, this has come consistently. We all know seed funding is a major issue. I mean, great ideas, but they need to be supported up the value chain. We've been putting effort as an innovation agency, working closely with partners like NRF, and we're expanding now. We've taken about 2 or so years to set up the institution. Now we're beginning to aggressively move forward. We're working on a strategic plan for resource mobilization because we've just completed our institutional strategic plan. We've opened up conversations with the National Treasury, with other partners like Africa Development Bank, and we hope that by the time we are at the CEIL Summit next year, we should be talking about a good national framework for innovation funding across the country. We will complete our working arrangement with the World Business Angels Investment Forum. I had a long discussion with the gentleman, and we see a huge opportunity for angel investment supporting our innovation efforts, and we will continue to expand and explore more ways of working with VCs and angel investors, because we know that for you to scale innovations, you're going to have to rely on private sector. Bullet number 6 is the Entrepreneurial Institutions Leaders Masterclass. I did announce earlier on that we, in partnership, we will be running a masterclass on November 30th in the afternoon as part of Kenya Innovation Week. This one will target vice chancellors as a way of sharing insights and experiences, picking from international as well. And then we will try to translate that into a program that is a little longer, supporting deans, DVCs, and others who want to engage more on this area. Bullet number 7 is R2C. So with the partnerships that we have built with Victoria Ventures, among others, we will explore how we expand this and take more cohorts. That's number 1. And number 2, how we cascade it into institutions. Because our aspiration by doing the TOT was that more institutions are able to run the R2C programs by themselves. Why are we doing institutional capacity strengthening, IS? It's because we want the institutions to be forms of Kenya running the programs by themselves as a way of growth. And we'll continue our efforts anyway, working with various partners on the same. Bullet number 8 is the entrepreneurial universities. So this is going to be our driving agenda, more and more entrepreneurial effort. And I have a big question. This is the last bullet. And the NIL Council has picked this question. Are we importing too much? If you go to the Ministry of Industrialization, they already have a list of things we import that we should not be importing. And actually, there is a time they say that they are banning the importation of these things because we can actually produce them. And the question now comes, if we entrepreneurial universities, and if the goal is to be more enterprising, are we part of this question? And are we part of the solution to this question? With that, I will invite Professor Kiama, who is the chair. This is the end of my resolutions. I will invite Professor Kiama, who will make a remark along those lines and some of the aspirations that he has as a chair of the network of the leaders of entrepreneurial institutions, and what are some of the bold things that we should be thinking about. That's one, and he will lead. We will be available to support. After that, Professor Ogada, our chair of Kenya, will give closing remarks, and we will play and go to play. Thank you very much. Professor Kiama.
Very well, we are coming to the end of the conference. I think in my view is that we have had quite a very engaging time of learning from each other and interaction. And from here, I think the fire is on and we are ready now to go. As I've been listening, I know that all of us have to remain very concerned about this country. We have limited inflows of foreign currency, which will be considered as growing our economy. A bit of diaspora remittances. Obviously, we have the tourism, we have the various cash crops. And then we balance all the outflows with the borrowing. And we also borrow. We'll borrow today at this value for Kenya shillings. In a few weeks, it is changing at 150, yeah? And you have again now to convert the Kenya money to the dollar. And you really mop all that we have. I think there is some point, one of our previous presidents, outgoing president said, where is money? We don't have money in the country. Where is it going? Yeah. Just because it's being mopped off by so many people. It's mopped through the fuel. There is very little I think we can do until we start thinking about the innovation. I think this was being mentioned about China and how they have been doing about electric cars. We have plenty of sun. Yeah. What can we do to seal that route of loss? Yeah. We have to work overtime, because if we don't, and we have the best minds here and in our universities, then and we continue to balance our outflows with the debts, yeah, borrowing and borrowing, that balloon will burst. Yeah, it will burst at some point. And what are we going to leave to our future generation? Those our children and grandchildren, etc. So this discussion, therefore, is for me very, very important. This discussion that is led by Neil and Kenya. As I said earlier, Kenya was formed a long time ago in 2013, but this is the time now we can begin this discussion. We must begin to see or develop strategies on how we reduce the outflows of what we get from this country. And therefore, we must begin to identify those things that we can produce from here and reduce, therefore, imports here. They don't necessarily even have to be things that you patent or anything like that. It could be just things that people can use and then don't import. It could just be utility models. It could be trademarks here. Whatever it is that we reduce of money getting out of this country. We must work on this as a concerted effort so that we can save our country. I would consider this team, which has been here since we met the other day until now, that this is the team that cares. Yeah, the team that cares. Starting to think about such an important issue on how to rescue this country, and we must rescue it. We do not have any other option. I was happy to listen to the Cabinet Secretary for Youth and the Sport. I could feel him, that he has some passion here. And I told Tony that this is a good entry point. Because now we can just take it through the youth. We are looking for jobs for the youth. Yeah. Even if other people do not understand all those things, they continue importing things. Yeah? At least they are looking for jobs for the youth. And when they hear this, they know they will get votes. Yeah. So I think that it was a good voice, and even the way I saw him talk, I think we are safe under that youth platform. We start saying we must do whatever it takes to create jobs for the youth, to create wealth. Because in some countries, they have created wealth that even when you reach 18 and you don't get a job immediately, you begin to receive a stipend because they have wealth here. Yeah. So here, we don't have anything, and it is us who are there to think about this. So that's what I would just say in conclusion, that we have work to do. I'm happy that we have begun it. We needed to have all the institutions that care to get into this space of innovation and also the issue of commercialization. Asante, and God bless you.
I wanted to invite the chair of the Vice Chancellor Committee, but he had to leave for an online meeting, and he said that whatever Professor Kiama says, it is what it is. Okay, so then you're already laying that foundation as to why we should be thinking jobs. So we think about commercialization as a means to something. So before I invite the chair to close, I'd like to announce something interesting, that the first person who signed up for CEIL Summit is actually a Vice Chancellor. And that Vice Chancellor is none other than Professor Engineer Paul Wambua of Technical University of Kenya. Prof, if you're in the room, please come, we celebrate you a little bit. Professor Kiama, you are the chair. Please come and let's appreciate this spirit. Okay. So I'm corrected. Deputy Vice Chancellor. Someone wrote for me here, Vice Chancellor. Deputy Vice Chancellor was the first one, and I think that's encouraging, that institutional leaders rise to the moment. Yes. Yes. Okay. Hizo maele zilikuwa watatu na tena ifanye so only one. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. We had an opportunity to host.
Now that you have honored me with this, can the Technical University of Kenya become number 12 of the 11? Add one. Thank you.
I like how you have used the opportunity well. We'll have a conversation to that effect. We also had, innovators speech here. The other day I was having a conversation with Victoria Ventures, who we are partnering, and I said, call them researchers who are trying to commercialize. They refused. They say, we'll call them innovators. So I agree. They are innovating, trying to create a solution for society. And so this is how the jury decided that Dr. Ann Carroll was ranked number 3 in her pitch, waste water treatment. Let's appreciate Ann Carroll. Ann uko mali. Congratulations. You are getting there. You're becoming an entrepreneur. You're going to make it. Peter Kibet, who spoke about Aflasif, was ranked number 2. Let's appreciate Peter. And then finally, Wycliffe Wanyonyi, who had Green Leather Revolution, was ranked the best. Please come up. Please come up. Dr. Wycliffe Wanyonyi, and I invite the chair of Kenya to make a presentation of another nini? Simba, lion, okay. So we're making entrepreneurs from University of Kabianga, isn't it? Sawa, sawa. Hata representative of Vice Chancellor amesema lazima kuja. Hata wote kujeni huko. Congratulations. Congratulations. And this is the promise from Kenya. During the Kenya Innovation Week, which will be from 27th, we will have a pavilion which will be extremely strategic because we know where the head of state will pass. We have the Mwa Kenya. So we're going to provide a pavilion. We'll have a pavilion for the top 3 who had the best pitches. Not to say that others didn't have good pitches, but I'm determined to get a specific pavilion for all the candidates who had their solutions here to pitch at KRW and not have to pay for the booth. So let's hope I succeed with what I'm trying to do, to give you space at the Innovation Week to engage stakeholders, potential partners, and funders. So Agnes, are you in the room? And George, we make sure we provide space for the innovators, and we will also look into some of the partners that we work with who have different forms of support. Some could be financial, some could be in-kind. Then we can leverage the innovation agency to rally more support towards these solutions. Finally, we did a small experiment. What does the audience think about an entrepreneur university? Today, I think it's also more and more trying to understand this concept. So we asked you, okay, in 2 minutes, can you tell me what you think? Maybe it's because Dedan Kimathi stood up here a few times, so maybe the name Dedan Kimathi was in the people's minds, I don't know. But the judgment is being displayed here that people felt that Dedan Kimathi seems to rank as a strong entrepreneur university, and therefore they are proposing it for the Entrepreneur University of the Year. Of course, we can always say, was it biased, was it real, and so forth. But it is a simple exercise of demonstrating that we are beginning to appreciate and would like to support this kind of effort of growing entrepreneurial potential. not to worry too much about the scores and the ranking. Some people got 1 vote, 2 votes, and that's fine, that's fine. But let's appreciate Dedan Kimathi. Please come up, and the chair of Kenya will give you a lion. Oh, it's an elephant. Yeah. Hiyo ni Wakenya waliamua. Now, the board of Kenya has agreed that as we move forward, we're going to build this very elaborately, and we will be providing some incentives, to universities. And oh, okay. So we'll build a very robust recognition program. Today was more of an experiment because we want to recognize institutions based on their various areas of strength. So we might be very good maybe in commercializing agriculture or providing leadership or internationalizing our efforts. So we'll probably have about 6, 7 different categories. And our hope is that we also master some resources towards this journey of celebrating the entrepreneurial potential of our institutions. I think with that, Chair, before you sit, I will yes, all right? So as we come to the close of this, I will invite the Chair to give closing remarks. Thanks.
I will be very brief because I know we are tired, and then also we are also preparing ourselves for, did you say Kokutelu? Kokutelu. So I just want to mention therefore 3 or 4 things, and then really very, very briefly. I think the first thing I want to say is to really appreciate all of you. And on behalf of the board, I really want to say a big thank you for being here for 2 days discussing one topic, commercialization. It is past 5 o'clock, and the house is still about 70% full. So I really want to take this opportunity to say big thank you to you all that have been participated in this. The second one is that definitely there are some outstanding but very, very urgent issues that we need to address. And I feel 2 of them that are most outstanding is that we need, one, to come up with a framework to strengthen university-industry linkages. We talked about this last year. We have talked about this previously. And I think it is now time to do something about it. We need to be innovative. We have been talking about innovation. We know formulating policy takes long. And we don't want a situation where we start a process that will take 5 years before we can be able to have something. It is important, therefore, that I should be able to urge you to make it simple, but have something that can really help you at your universities to really engage more with the private sector. The second one is the framework for establishing spin-off companies within our research institutions and within the universities. You heard today that one of the bottlenecks that the innovators that pitched here are still having is the process of negotiating or negotiation around IP. If I were to say it in Kijaluo, it is not really just a negotiation about IP. It is negotiation about what is in it for the innovators and what is in it for the universities. And I think I would want to throw this to the chair, and we are happy that currently we have a chair that is bringing together the vice chancellors that are excited about these issues of commercialization, that please call a meeting. Let's discuss this and see where are the bottlenecks, so that if you could be able to agree on something, even if it were to be piloted, we like piloting in innovation, even if it were to be piloted for 1-2 years, just to see how is it working or is it not, so that finally we can be able to have something that will guide the process of establishing spin-offs and startups within our universities by the researchers. Because without that clarity, that excitement that I saw here today, which was really very, very strong, we need to multiply it 10 times. And it can only be multiplied when things are streamlined. And I just thought I should be able to mention that and plead with you, sir, that please support us on that, so that we can be able to have at least something that we could start with. The third thing I wanted to mention is that I know we have talked about a lot about challenges that we have on commercialization. But the truth of the matter, and you should be very, very proud, we should all be very, very proud about ourselves, is that which is this other country in Africa where vice chancellors, deputy vice chancellors, principals can sit together for 2 days discussing only one topic, commercialization. Which is this country, if it is not Kenya? So this is something laudable. And I want to say that we are very, very proud as board members of Kenya, that this process is starting to take root. The senior management of universities are starting to take it seriously. And I wanted to urge all of us who are present today that please, when you go back, take just one step and do something towards strengthening commercialization within your universities. In June this year, I gave a talk during the Science Week, and I pleaded with everybody that was there that why don't we dedicate 2023-2024 financial year to commercialization, so that if there were resources that we wanted to spend on research, let's spend it on uptake of existing innovations that are in our universities. And just say that that year we did this, and we want to monitor what has happened 2 or 3 years down the line to see whether it was a worthwhile investment. And I think the audience there was saying, yes, let's do that. I'm persuaded that it is something that all of us that are present here today may want to take very, very seriously. I always say that without commercialization, your dream of positively impacting on the society through the knowledge that we generate in universities and research institutions cannot be realized. Without commercialization, all these intellectual property policies that we have in our universities and research institutions will not benefit the researcher, will not benefit the inventor, but more importantly, will not be able to bring that additional revenue that all our universities and research institutions are struggling to generate over and above what we get from the government. So there is merit, therefore, to put emphasis on commercialization. I wanted all of us, therefore, to declare that the 6 months that are remaining until July, no, 8 months that are remaining until June 2024, that we say those 7 months will be months that you want to use as leaders of our universities, research institutions, and TVET to promote commercialization. And with that, once more, on behalf of the board, I want to say big thank you to all of you for the energy that I've seen and the excitement, but more importantly, the commitment that I see you have expressed towards this journey. Let's work together on this. Let's support Kenya. And I always say that as a board, we have 2 years. If we cannot succeed when Tony is the CEO, we'll never succeed as a board. And I wanted also to persuade you that please take advantage when it's still there. At the speed that is moving, chances are that it may not stay there for more than 2 years. Let's take that opportunity to ensure that we make a difference in this country through commercialization. Hallelujah. Amen. Thank you very much. God bless you. And with that, I declare this 2-day meeting on commercialization officially closed. Thank you.
I just want to remind us that there's some amazing drinks, amazing snacks down at the beach. It's called Koneno area down at the beach. I know you've been here, you maybe not have not had a chance to go see the beach. This is your chance. Go, let's go enjoy. We'll be there in 15 minutes. So it's Koneno Bar. We're having our cocktail there, Koneno Bar, right next to the beach. You can go right there. Karibuni. Oh. And let us pray.
All right. So just before everyone exits, let's have a word of prayer. Lazima tushukuru Mungu, hata kama tushukuru Mungu kwa kilicho mbele yetu. Sawa? So let's remain silent and believe. All right. So in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Dear God, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the protection you have offered to us through the 2 days that we've been here, and even 3 days for some of us. We thank you again for good health. We thank you for the opportunity that we've been able to have to network, to talk about commercialization, and to talk about how we can move our institutions to the next steps, dear God. Abba Father, we thank you again because you've blessed us with good food, you've blessed us with good drinks. We pray for all that is ahead of us, that you may bless it as we partake it, may it be beneficial to our bodies. We also pray for those of us who will be traveling tonight and even tomorrow, that Almighty God, you're going to give us journey mercies so that we may be able to arrive at our destination safely. Be with us across all the days of the week, those are remaining. Be with our friends, be with our colleagues back at home. And it is in Jesus' name that we pray, trusting and believing. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.